Also people watching live online and maybe they're sitting nervously in front of their computers. A warm welcome to everyone, to the people here in the audience and to the people in front of the screens. Also a big welcome to all our panelists and the moderation. And I'm very happy to host you here in person today. My name is Frauke and I'm part of Borderline Europe. Borderline Europe, we're an association founded about 14 years ago, informing about European migration policies and documenting human rights violations on the borders, externally, internally, and so on. The event here today is part of one of our projects on the new pact on the new EU pact on asylum and migration. It's a civil society project that we are currently conducting with 6 partner organizations across Europe, from Hungary, Poland, Portugal, Italy, and Croatia. And the aim of this project is to analyze and show the effects and consequences of the European Pact on Asylum and Migration on the different participating countries, and also always from the organization's point of view or their field of work, so to say. And here in Berlin, we decided to do our first event as part of this project on one of the most central actors of the EU Pact, which is the European Border and Coast Guard. And, people on the move have been reporting and experiencing illegal pushbacks and violence since years. And many NGOs have been writing detailed reports. Several investigations are running against Frontex. But still, we still see that the Frontex is operating and even expanding. It's being equipped with surveillance technology and a standing corps of 10,000 people. So we are here to ask, Quo vadis Frontex? Where can we go from here? And following this question today, we have invited several panelists who are contesting Frontex in various fields, be it in activism, in academia, in organizations, or on the legal or parliamentary level. And we will follow up on the discussion, what is the role of Frontex, and how can we get together as civil society, share our strategies, exchange and organize together. We will now start with the first panel, which is on the current border practices of Frontex. Afterwards, we will take a kind of lunch break, a bit of a longer break, and at 3 o'clock precisely, we will start with the second panel. And we will start very punctual at 3 o'clock, so in case you go for a break, please be back on time. Because there's also here in the space 2 more events tonight, and we want to leave the space by 5 p.m. For organizational stuff, when you're sitting on your chairs, you can take off your masks. If you leave the chair or walk around, get a drink, go to the toilet, please put on the mask again. And that's it from my side. And now I will give over to the moderation to Vera Deleja-Hotko, who is a journalist and part of the new investigative department of FragDenStaat, and to Matthias Monroy, who is also publishing on Frontex, for example, for the magazine Silip.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome from my side as well. So on this panel, we want to try to figure out what exactly Frontex is and what role it plays in terms of border surveillance. We don't want to really hear so much about what the Italian Coast Guard is doing, what the Greek Coast Guard is doing, or what the Croatian border troops are doing, but more what is their connection with Frontex and how is Frontex actually involved. This is important, so this kind of fact-finding mapping is a bit important for the second panel, in which we want to figure out how to abolish Frontex at the end. So what went wrong yet, and how can we do better? And so this is why I would like to start with our first panelist, Petra Molnar. She's a researcher. Before she was at the Toronto University in Canada. Now she's in the York University in UK. She's working for Refugee Law Lab and dealing with Frontex since quite a while. And we would like to hear from you, Petra. Could you perhaps explain a bit? Like Frontex was established in 2004, starting to work at 2005, and at that time, like Frontex was growing very much since it started in Warsaw. So could you please describe a bit like the involvement of Frontex?
Thank you so much, Matthias, and thanks to all of you for being here. It's really such a pleasure, especially during COVID, and I think having conversations like this, particularly from an interdisciplinary perspective, is so important. I mean, I think all of us base our work on work that has come before, including the work of others who are not present here, and people with lived experience too, so I just want to acknowledge that. But yes, I will try and sketch out some of these complicated stories around Frontex. I should also say I'm by no means a Frontex expert. Frontex touches on elements of my work, but I will definitely miss a few elements, which I hope my co-panelists will fill in. But perhaps I will try at least to attempt to give you a sense of a history of this amorphous, expanding organization. As Matthias said, Frontex was established in 2004 and began operating in 2005. And it's a fascinating entity to try and understand because around that time, of course, we were dealing with an area of kind of border enforcement that needed a particular political impetus to occur. And a lot of that happened because there was the accession of Eastern European states to the European Union, kind of bolstering or empowering Frontex as an entity to kind of come into force. Securitization, of course, also has been on the agenda for many years. And this kind of conflation between criminalization of migration and terrorism, largely, of course, stuff predated 9/11, but 9/11 was a major impact in this kind of broader trajectory of how Europe started to view its role in terms of policing borders. Of course, then we had the attacks in Madrid and London, and then leading up to the crisis of 2015. All of this really has allowed the entity to grow and shape and change in very disturbing ways. When it first started, we were really talking about a fairly small entity of about 70 staff and a budget of 6 million. This has now expanded to a juggernaut of an entity, and the projected budget between 2021 and 2027 will be around 11.3 billion euro. We'll also get into some of the kind of logistics and machinations of Frontex throughout the panel, but we're also talking about an entity that will have a standing core of about 10,000 officers. And again, this kind of expanding mission or a remit. Before, at least, it was kind of conceptualized as a complement to the European border management regime, but now it's basically been expanding into kind of an entity that has a lot of autonomy in terms of what it does. It facilitates cooperation between a variety of member states, but also, of course, it does its own things, which we will unpack together today. And there's been a lot of different regulations and laws and policies passed, and perhaps instead of going through each one in turn, what I'm really hoping to paint is just this broader ecosystem in which an entity like Frontex is allowed to operate. There have been a lot of points in its kind of history over the last 10 to 15 years that are quite interesting. For example, this broad expansion of powers that happened around 2015, partly through a new regulation that was introduced. Again, expanding the remit of the agency and allowing it to have much more independence in terms of how it operates across different jurisdictions. And I know a lot of you in the room also here are interested in perhaps work on border externalization. I think this in and of itself is a really important point to think about. Frontex no longer positions itself as a European entity only, but it sees itself as an agent for pushing the border space of Europe beyond its geographic boundary. The border as a concept also is shifting, of course, and it's something that's experienced in a way that's divorced from its geographic location. And Frontex is really at the backbone of all of this. But I think, and perhaps I'll end here, it's the ecosystem that we have to think about that's really, really important. We're talking about an entity that operates with virtual unaccountability, bolstered through a variety of means, including the new migration pact that was just mentioned in the introduction. COVID is also really important to think about. For me, when I was trying to understand how Frontex's activities were shaped and changed by the pandemic, I found it really fascinating to look at the press releases that Frontex was putting out when COVID happened. And there was a direct conflation between Frontex kind of being, your entity for border management and also for the management of the pandemic. I think that's a subtle but a very, very important point to keep in mind.
May I interrupt you? You said you were talking about Frontex is taking over a coordinating role for the member states. So how does that work? When a Frontex mission in the past was starting, how they configured it? So who was contributing the personnel, the equipment? What role did the member states play?
So in my understanding, if there was an event that happened or a member state that wanted Frontex to come on board, it would basically call for the involvement of the agency, and then Frontex would come in and either bolster what was already happening on the ground, but now increasingly in the last few years with its expanding remit and mandate, it was able to take over a lot of operations in different contexts. And again, I think this is where the problem lies. This entity is one that's able to move across different jurisdictional boundaries without oversight and accountability that member states, for example, have. Frontex, I think, is designed in that way specifically so that accountability and oversight in particular specific field contexts is difficult.
And there is also, we will later also talk about the non-existent control of Frontex, but Frontex has a so-called administrative boards. Could you explain a bit the role of this entity? So who is sitting there and what are they doing? What are they deciding? Or do they decide anything?
That's a good question. So for those of you who are interested in accountability and oversight, I feel like Frontex is a great case study because especially over the last year or so, there's been a lot more scrutiny when it comes to accountability and oversight bodies and what a mechanism of oversight could look like. But I feel like there has been such a focus on this, and all these different entities and boards have kind of come into play without actually doing anything in real life. I mean, you have member states that can be part of an advisory board, but at the end of the day, whatever decision that is rendered is not binding on Frontex. And again, Frontex has this kind of ability to move through the space virtually unchecked. I mean, even just based on the investigation that was mentioned, there was calls for the EU Ombudsman to be involved, for the EU Anti-Fraud Office to investigate, but it didn't really lead to anything. So we have this mirage of accountability without any kind of enforcement mechanism in reality.
Thank you, Thank you, Petra, for that introduction. We would now like to focus on some regions where Frontex is operating. We would start with the one that is kind of best known, with Greece. For that is Phevos Simeonidis, sitting on this panel. He's part of the Disinfaux collective, who's doing research and investigations in Greece, and kind of monitoring what Frontex is doing there. First, I would like to ask you, where do all these operations in Greece take place, and who is really involved in that?
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. So, before I start explaining to you the specifics of the operations, I'd like to speak about the two natures of operations that Frontex is conducting in Greece. The one is very known, and this is the operations in Evros and in the Aegean. So we have what we would call direct intervention, together with Greek forces, and obviously I'm going to speak a bit more about that. But there is also another role that Frontex has in Greece at the moment, and this is to go through, in some of the ways that Petra, go through space, and also beyond the geographic aspect, and create testing grounds for technology. Like, this is an aspect of Frontex in Greece that people sometimes don't really analyze and don't think of. So, on the very practical note of things, Operation Poseidon is one of the main operations of Frontex in Greece for years now, and it's basically the assistance that Frontex provides to the Hellenic Coast Guard in what at the time was called monitoring and search and rescue. As you know, it's very many times noted in the Frontex documents that Frontex is doing search and rescue to prevent loss of life. That is the way the mandate is calling it. But we know for years that they've been at least monitoring or surveilling or being present in human rights violations. Interestingly enough, they are in very close contact with the Hellenic authorities, having liaison officers on board the vessels they are operating, having liaison officers on the locations that they are operating at. The second theater, let's say, of operations is Phevos, which became more known basically last year in March and February, when Greece was allegedly, facing an invasion of refugees from Turkey. That's how the media portrayed people arriving in the borders. And Frontex there, for the first time, I think, had a direct intervention. Like, Frontex officers with their armbands and their uniforms from different member states arrived in the border of Phevos to stop this, to stop people from crossing, basically, even though there was not really a chance of people to cross because Greece has erected walls on the place. And through that, we see that Frontex is now trying to invest, let's say, in the technological aspect of all this. So, apart from the direct intervention, how can Frontex establish surveillance systems? How can Frontex establish pilot projects? Right now, we have for the second time, Zeppelins being installed in Alexandroupoli, which is the closest city to the south part of the river, and also in Limnos, which is an island on the north of the Aegean. Interestingly enough, saying that this is a pilot project because then they want to move the Zeppelins to surveil North Africa. So we see that Greece is being used also as a testing ground of these technologies, which include, among others, also the use of AI, biometrics, and other nefarious things.
Thank you. Could you also give us a bit of an insight what the role of the Greek government in all of this is?
So there is a very, I would say, mutually benefactor status between the two. So Frontex is very happy to dismiss its own responsibility as long as it can say that this is Greece's responsibility. I think some of us might remember Legeri responding when people asked in the European Parliament, in the Libe Committee, what about this water barrier that Greece wanted to install in the Aegean? So basically, Greece had bought a barrier and wanted to install it to prevent, as they were calling it, the flows of people, even though that was a project that would never work. And Frontex responded through Legeri that this is not our responsibility. Greece is a sovereign state and it has the right to control its own borders. So this is good both for Frontex and for the Greek authorities, because Frontex puts, let's say, a limit to what the responsibility is, and Greece, on the other hand, says, look, Frontex, give us the go. That's fine. And also a quick comment on the Frontex Scrutiny Group report, which we can get back to after, is that despite these reports saying nothing about, not really exonerating the Greek side of things, the Greek government is using it as an exoneration paper, saying that, look, if Frontex is not on the wrong here, then how can we be on the wrong here? Frontex would know, so we are also innocent.
Thank you. You were also already speaking about it a little bit about the Poseidon mission and pushbacks. Can you explain a bit more in detail how Frontex was involved in all of that?
Unfortunately, I cannot give you many details, because if we had more details, we would, I think this is what all of us are trying to figure out. And I don't mean only people in this panel and the next one, but numerous people around that are trying to investigate this. But there is the issue of visibility and surveillance, which I think is really important. I think one of the most important things that people try to prove when it comes to Frontex is that Frontex can claim all they want, that they have no control and they have no oversight and they have no monitoring, but at the same time, the main projects they are implementing are about surveillance. And this would also be the first thing that they would have to admit. So the main question is, okay, you don't want to do something about it, that's a different discussion, which falls under you violating your own mandate. But what about seeing it? Like, what about having numerous reports that you were present, that you were monitoring, or you should be monitoring it? So why are you not doing that? And I think this is the biggest debate right now, as to how can you establish this humongous apparatus of surveillance, but at the same time say, I didn't see that. It was there. I don't have my cameras there. How can you say that?
Thanks. So we would now like to talk a little bit about what happens after people are reaching Europe by the land border at Phevos or the Aegean border, where the Frontex missions used to happen. And this is what I would like to ask Milena. Milena Zajovic is working with two very important organizations, which is the Border Violence Monitoring Network that I can highly recommend to follow on Twitter or read their newsletters. So every month they are documenting all the shit that's going on there, all the human rights violations. And she's also working with Are You Syrious? An organization which is also covering several countries. And I would like to ask you about the so-called Balkan route. So I knew the Balkan route from Europol, which is the police agency that started in the 90s and later to counter drug smuggling. So this was where the term Balkan route was introduced, and now it's becoming a buzzword for migration into the European Union. And could you perhaps describe a bit which countries are meant when people talk about Balkan route, or which countries are kind of, where are the routes? I mean, there's probably not only one.
Yeah, also the term, for example, Western Balkans was coined in the 90s or became mainstreamed in the 90s actually by American authorities when saying Yugoslavia became unpopular. So we see actually many of this terminology, but not only terminology, even for example, readmission agreements that are now being used to push people back are also designed in the 90s to tackle some completely different crises, as they were called then, and we are calling this a crisis now. Maybe we are putting our own, we are pointing in the wrong direction when we say it's a migration crisis. I would say it's a crisis actually of human rights and of solidarity. So how the route goes from Greece, things haven't changed much, I would say, since this big influx in 2015 in terms of where people are going. But in terms of border management, absolutely everything has changed. Also in terms of how local people are perceiving those who are now passing like ghosts through our countries, hiding in forests and basically trying to avoid any human contact, while we were all welcoming them with open arms only 6 years ago. The term Balkan route became more prominent also when we are talking about migration during the time of that humanitarian corridor that we had, which was basically the organized transport that was going from Greece through Macedonia, Serbia, at the time first Hungary, but shifted soon to Croatia, and then Slovenia, Austria, and further to usually Germany. So in March 2016, when the borders closed and when they became increasingly violent, when pushback started as something that was occurring every now and then and suddenly exploded, people were trying to find safer, less violent routes. But that sense of safer, as non-violent, doesn't necessarily mean safer in terms of the inaccessible terrain that they are taking in order to cross the borders, or even minefields that are still, unfortunately, quite a prominent threat, especially at the Bosnian borders with Croatia. And this is where Frontex has a lot of role. Unfortunately, it is not only the member states or the governments of the non-member states that are...
States, are they? I mean, the EU member states, we can talk also about the third states, but in which states Frontex is active?
Frontex is unfortunately quite active in Croatia, which is my homeland. It was quite active, I would say, also in Hungary until recently. As you know, after the CU judgment, most of the Frontex officers were actually pulled out of Hungary, but they just shifted to Romania. Actually, we have the same officers that were in Hungary. They're now in Romania, basically doing the same. Weird thing is that the only thing that they continued doing in Hungary is actually forced returns. So on one hand, they removed their mission from the country, saying they're obviously not in line with EU law, but at the same time they're respecting this violation, so to speak, by accepting that these people maybe need to be, forcibly taken away from the country that didn't even give them the fair chance to access the asylum system.
And there are also third countries where Frontex is operating, if I'm not mistaken, that started in 2019 with Albania, and this is setting a precedent. So in former times, Frontex was only meant to operate in member states. So okay, they had trainings also with the Libyan Coast Guards or something, or actually more workshops, not trainings. So this kind of stuff can happen, but they are not operating in countries like Libya, Tunisia, or whatever. But obviously they are operating in some southern European countries. So could you summarize that a bit?
The role of Frontex in the Western Balkans, as they call it now, is becoming more prominent every year. They're trying to sign, or with many countries already on the Balkan route, they have signed bilateral agreements allowing their officers, including the standing corps, to operate in their country. The mandate is different. For example, in Albania, they're directly present in the border areas, in the border camps. They're doing apprehension and then handing over people whom they apprehend to local authorities who are then perpetrating pushbacks to Greece. In Bosnia, for example, they are involved, even though the status agreement with Bosnia is still not signed, they're involved in a very interesting project that has been implementing since 2016 together with IOM and other European and UN actors. They're doing a large-scale fingerprinting operation, which is used with the same methodology and same technology as it is used for Eurodac. We started dubbing it the Balkan Duck. It is a completely parallel operation, which is allowing Frontex unprecedented actually insight in people's private information, because the countries that are not member states, such as Bosnia, they cannot get access to Eurodac. So they are producing their parallel documentation, so to speak, coordinated by Frontex. But who can access Eurodac? Frontex.
Eurodac, for those who are not familiar, is one of the big European databases that are set up for migration control. And it's collecting fingerprints of people who are asking for asylum. But could you complete the list of the status agreements of the third countries, like the non-EU states?
Absolutely.
That was Albania?
Albania, Serbia as of recently, where they are present with 44 members of standing corps at the Bulgarian border. Then Montenegro, where they are present both as naval patrols and terrestrial surveillance with the border with Croatia. And in Bosnia, they're doing this fingerprinting thing.
And there is one in the pipeline with Macedonia.
Exactly.
Well.
It is still pending, even though we do see, since we are collecting testimonies on that border as well, we are getting a lot of testimonies of people who say that they have been pushed back with the presence of foreign-speaking officers, but these officers might have also been there based on bilateral agreements between Macedonia and other countries.
Petra, could you perhaps explain a bit how is it possible that Frontex is operating in a third state, for example, like Montenegro? So I was reading on Twitter, I saw posts from the Coast Guard, Coast Guard from Montenegro, when they said, with Frontex planes, we were detecting 50 people that were hiding in a sailing boat. We managed to find them with our infrared camera, and so they were intercepted and brought back to Montenegro. They were on the way probably to Italy. That's not clear. But this aerial reconnaissance, which Frontex is carrying out on their own behalf, so they have own planes. So, and how does this work also legally? So in the past, Frontex did not have had own assets.
Yeah, sure, and I'll keep it brief so that you can also add something. I mean, in terms of Montenegro, I feel like it's a great example of kind of externalization light in a way, and I think that it comes back to this idea that Frontex is able to shift and change its kind of gamut of responsibility, and the lack of public scrutiny is really key here. So the way it's able to operate partly is because some bilateral agreements are in place, which are not public, and once an operational plan is kind of agreed upon, Frontex then can use its executive powers to enact all sorts of activities. But again, I think the fact that a lot of this is without public scrutiny is really, really key. And I know the second panel is going to be discussing a lot of the strategies around, what we can do about this. But this, to me, is such a clear example of both the expanding mandate of the entity, but then also the kind of blame shifting that happens when things go wrong and when people start trying to call Frontex to account. Again, this kind of the contour of responsibility around Frontex is really, really opaque.
And aerial reconnaissance is one thing. So, if I'm not mistaken, after the 2016 regulation, that was the first thing that Frontex invested in, leasing airplanes from private companies for the surveillance of the external borders, sea and land. But there is another regulation that you already mentioned, and you already mentioned the Standing Corps, which was set up after the change of the regulation in 2019. Could you briefly, just to explain a bit, you already said, did you, that there will be 10,000 officers. So what is it supposed to be, and what tasks should they carry out?
Yeah, this is one of the most, I think, disturbing and visceral new manifestations of the expansion of Frontex. This idea that it's going to have its own standing corps of around 10,000 people. Essentially officers who are able to do the bidding of Frontex, yet again without any kind of accountability and scrutiny that is, present for other types of operations that are at the member state level. But of course, we can have another conversation about scrutiny of member state activities as well. But again, I think that what's really disturbing here is that Frontex is very clearly and publicly moving towards being as autonomous as possible when it comes to having its own in-house corps to do its bidding and do its work. And again, when it comes to the kind of responsibility laundering that some people have called it, this kind of passing the remit back and forth when a violation occurs, this is something that we've been documenting in Greece and in the Mediterranean when pushbacks happen and Frontex is implicated. They're able to really obfuscate their responsibility, partly because they are now its own kind of independent, enclosed entity. And this standing corps is, I think, the latest manifestation of what is happening.
And the category 1, which is 3,000, could you tell a bit about the category 1 of the standing corps?
I think this I might lobby back to Phevos. Are you able to comment a bit on the standing corps and the way that it operates? This is an area that I unfortunately don't really work on.
So first of all, what's interesting about Greece and the standing corps in Greece, which I have a little bit more information than the rest, is that there are going to be armed officers that are going to be armed from the Greek authorities, which is something quite new. And also, I would say that the most interesting bit of information that we have is that we don't have this information. There is no information in terms of the operations exactly. Greece is denying, even for its own troops, to give information on the actual operational aspect. It's one thing to say that there's going to be this regulation and these mandates for these new officers to operate in Greece, and it's a different thing to say what exactly are they going to be doing. The other thing that I think is important is that many of the equipment, of the pieces of equipment that they are going to use, are acquired by Greece through the Internal Security Fund for Greece. So if you go through the Internal Security Fund applications of the Greek National Programme, you will see that Greece is requesting staff for its own, like through its own finances that are going to be used through the Frontex operations. And they say that without, again, giving any information as to where these, let's say, 2 vans with thermal cameras are going to be and what's the obligations that they have to operate under.
If I can just add one point about the kind of lack of information around Frontex, which is something we've been talking a lot about. I don't think it's necessarily that Frontex is, that it doesn't want to share information about what it's doing, but it's very, very clever in terms of how it does it. And it's really fascinating for those of you who are into, media analysis or discourse analysis to look at the stuff that Frontex puts out on Twitter, the social media role play around the types of toys they have, the types of surveillance equipment they have, the young officers going out there to learn about, the ways of the world, this kind of messaging. They put out tweets, on Women's Rights Day. They put out tweets that they're LGBTQ friendly, all of this stuff. So it's not necessarily about Frontex kind of hiding in the shadows, but rather about being able to be extremely, extremely controlled with the messaging that it puts out, which makes all of our jobs a lot harder, because when you're dealing with an entity that refuses to have any public profile, in a way that's easier than an entity that is very, very clever with how it positions itself.
We were already talking about third country agreements, and I would now also about aerial surveillance, so I would now kind of change to the Central Mediterranean, and we're kind of looking at this region as well. Therefore, Bérénice is now sitting here. She is from Sea-Watch, from the Airborne crew, and we know that they're kind of, without any third country agreement, Frontex is kind of cooperating with the Libyan Coast Guard as well as with the Tunisian Coast Guard. And I would like to know from you, what is the contribution of Frontex to both of these Coast Guards?
Well, first, thanks for inviting me, and thank you all for being here. So yes, in the Central Mediterranean, actually, Frontex has the aim of Frontex in the Central Mediterranean is clear, is that no one should cross the Central Mediterranean, and that is incorporating it in with the Cypriot Coast Guard and sometimes the Tunisian Coast Guard, but mainly the Cypriot Coast Guard, and aiming at that each people, so the people in distress that are spotted through aerial surveillance, or so Frontex aerial surveillance, will be then intercepted and pulled back to Libya and brought. So the people will be brought to detention centers and so on.
There are now planes since some of the last years flying in the Central Mediterranean that are operated by other companies and flying there in terms for Frontex. Could you kind of explain us a little bit more about this aerial missions that Frontex is operating there?
So yes, so in the Central Mediterranean Sea, Frontex has actually contract with this British company, DEA Aviation Limited, and they operate from mainly from Lampedusa, but sometimes Pantelleria and Malta, so other European islands. But they only operate there from Europe, and so deploy then these aircrafts and just monitor the whole Central Mediterranean. And once they see people in distress, then they always say that they alert the competent authorities. But what it means is, yes, the so-called Libyan Coast Guard and maybe Italy, so the Italian and Maltese rescue coordination centers, which will anyway refer to the so-called Libyan Coast Guard for people in the Libyan search and rescue zone. And even Maltese, under the Maltese responsibility, there are several. So we spotted with our aircraft several examples where, yes, there's Frontex likely coordinated an interception from people in distress, even from the Maltese search and rescue zone.
You were already speaking about like they're sharing information with the Libyan Coast Guard. Could you give us a bit more about the communication between Frontex airplanes and the Libyan Coast Guard, as you were saying they're participating in pullbacks, pushbacks? So
yeah, they are. So I mean, we had examples. For example, in August, when we called the Libyan authorities, they told us that they had received several emails from Frontex sharing positions. So clearly, Frontex is just informing the Libyan authorities, and some media, so journalists investigations also reported that there is a WhatsApp group between Frontex officers and the so-called Libyan Coast Guard, and they are just sharing positions all the time, and from both in distress.
Concerning these flights as well, how is it like? Is it possible? Is there transparency of Frontex concerning the planes and the flights and the missions? Is it possible to track them, or?
Generally, yes, and they are, for all of you, I mean, they are all available on open sources such as Flight Radar. So only on the internet there is the possibility to watch this Frontex aircraft flying, but sometimes not, and we don't know why. And even sometimes on flight track that we observe, so some parts are not available, and I mean, there is no real. There are a lot of assumptions there, but we don't know.
So there is the assumption that they're maybe turning off the signal, or.
Yeah, I mean, this is a bit surprising that. When a flight that is when we have the possibility to just monitor the whole track, and that suddenly a certain part is not not visible, maybe it's linked to problems, but it's a bit weird when it's not most of them, but that some of them regularly are not available.
We were now speaking about planes, but there are also now drones operating in the central Mediterranean. One is flying already from Malta, and there's going to be another going to be deployed. Frontex was posting on Twitter, as we were speaking about Twitter, that they were spotting about 8,000 migrants since May with this drone only. Bérénice, could you give us a bit and tell us what the use of drones has changed in the central Mediterranean?
So yes, sir. We indeed noticed that since the end of May, Frontex started operating with this drone from Malta. This is a joint operation also with the Armed Forces of Malta. And a drone is, maybe I would say for Frontex the perfect tool, because they don't suffer from problems such as crew fatigue. I mean, at some point a pilot of an aircraft is tired and needs to come back, or so the problem of crew fatigue, the drone is operated remotely, so that there is only one person controlling the drone, and when this person is tired, then they just need to change the person, and they keep operating with the drone. And also the fact that this drone has a massive, the time. I mean, the fact that, for example, with our aircraft we can maybe fly up until maybe 8 hours with seabirds. The drone has a capacity as of 16 hours flight by day, by night. I mean, they don't have. They just monitor the whole central Mediterranean with cameras, and just Frontex has at the moment a capacity of seeing everything that is going on in the central Mediterranean, which means that for people in distress at sea, flying from Libya, there is the highest chance for them to be then intercepted by the Libyan Coast Guard, and as I was saying, even from the Maltese search and rescue zone, and then pulled back to Libya with this drone. And as you were mentioning, indeed, there was this tweet where Frontex said that they, with this drone, they contributed to the save of 8,000 lives at sea. But what it really means is that maybe I would say most of them were intercepted and pulled back to Libya. So this is not rescue in terms of the Search and Rescue Convention. These are interceptions and pulled back to Libya.
Coming back to the land borders, Milena, about pushbacks, there had been several reports also in German media about people managing to prove that the Croatian border troops are involved in illegal pushbacks to Bosnia. So border violence monitoring, it's actually your work that you are documenting this. Could you explain a bit more which, for example, the Croatian case, or also which other countries in Southern Europe are known for pushbacks?
Well, when we first started talking about pushbacks, it was nearly 20 years ago, actually, at Bulgarian borders. But I would say the word became more prominent and the trend became much more prominent after the closure of the formal humanitarian corridor. So early 2016, this poison of pushbacks spread from Hungary to Croatia, but also we now see the same MO also in the borders of the Western Balkans non-member states. We see the same thing not only at the sea, but also on the land borders between Greece and Turkey, between Bulgaria and Turkey, of course, and also a lot on the Romanian border. But, for example, one of the countries that is now again in the scope of media attention and activist attention for doing a similar type of pushbacks is Poland. So in that sense, I think we can really talk about the European migration policy. And I really think it's time to start not shifting responsibility, but actually looking for accountability in Brussels, and not only in the states that are at the external borders of EU and that are basically forced or accepted this role of the guards of the old Europe. Many countries have some sort of incentive for that. For example, Croatia's biggest incentive is entering Schengen area. And it was very clear that there was some sort of a trade-off here after the technical green light was given to Croatia by European Commission, even though not all requirements were met.
Could you briefly explain the Schengen agreement? And so I don't know if everybody's familiar with it. So, I mean, Croatia's in the EU, but not in Schengen. How could that happen?
Exactly. In order to enter Schengen area, one of the things, among many other things that you need to prove, is that you can actually secure the border while respecting human rights. Croatia is doing their best to prove that they can protect the border, but disregarding human rights. And it's very interesting that actually this regulation, or Schengen Border Code, actually was quoted quite a lot by Croatian Ministry of Interior when they were trying to find legal argument for pushbacks. Article 13 of the Schengen Border Code says that the member states should discourage irregular border crossings, which means crossings outside of formal border crossings. So Croatian authorities at some point, after they realized it is not feasible anymore to say pushbacks are not happening, they said, no, but these are discouragement methods in line with the Article 13. They failed to see Article 4, Article 14, which are clearly actually saying that potential asylum seekers are, of course, exempt from this.
And you said one should address like Brussels on whatever intervention, protest or something. And what role is like the EU, or in particular Frontex, is playing in the pushbacks that you are talking about, like for example in Croatia?
One of these planes that you mentioned that were allowed to operate after the 2016 regulation is patrolling Croatian borders since 2018. So it is a leased plane. This mission was supposed to last for a year only. It was extended. We only have available information on the number of spottings for 2018 and 2019. At some point we thought that this mission actually stopped because it was announced like that. But then in the recent yearly report I saw that actually they're still operating at the border. So what they're doing is actually very interesting. Frontex plane is overseeing Croatian border with Bosnia. And they're live streaming the footage from the plane to their operational center in Warsaw, but also to Cetingrad police station, which is a Croatian border police station, which is the major hub for pushbacks. And just to remind you that Croatia is, according to my conservative estimates, pushing out between 20 and 25,000 people per year. So at some point, Croatian Ministry of Interior, being the Croatian Ministry of Interior and boasting about things they should maybe be more silent about, decided to publish actually a video from the Frontex plane showing apprehension of a smuggler van at the highway in order to show how they're collaborating with the EU greatly. But at the same time, the minister had a slip of a tongue, and he said, when the journalist asked him where are these people now, he said, they're in Bosnia.
So it is very clear, and there are even more than hints, perhaps even proofs, that the Frontex aerial surveillance is producing the information on which the Croatian border troops is then making pushbacks. In Hungary, Frontex was suspending its operation, or freezing, let's say, for a moment, because of the Article 46, which gives Frontex the option. So if one member state where Frontex is operating is not keeping the rules, let's say, or violating human rights, then Frontex can kind of withdraw. And why does Frontex doing the opposite in Croatia? I mean, they must withdraw, actually, because pushbacks are evident. There's lots of reports. And why don't they pull this Article 46?
I would say the reason...
Or even contribute with the aerial surveillance in the pushbacks.
Yeah, that are actually live streamed to 2 police stations, not only Cetingrad, also to Zadar, which is a naval operations center, but a bit less prominent in pushbacks. I would say Legeri's decision to withdraw from Hungary wasn't like the result of great concern for human rights. It was more the consequence of the public outrage after the European Court of Justice actually ruled against Hungary, and after Hungary responded by politely saying "fuck you." So at that moment, I think for them it became kind of impossible to defend their mission in Hungary, but for political reasons, not for the reasons of human rights. So Article 46, if they were diligent to put it in use, there would be no Frontex at external European borders at this moment.
Now already speaking about the director, Legerie, and concerning Legerie, Bérénice, you mentioned before that, Legerie is saying that they are not directly involved, and they're communicating with the Libyan Coast Guard. It's some parts denied. But I would like to ask you now, as you were mentioning as well, that Frontex is operating and sharing the positions of the boats in the Libyan SAR zone, so the search and rescue zone. How about the Maltese one? What have you observed in the Maltese zone, SAR zone?
Well, it's kind of the same. That we have some example in which the Frontex drone or Frontex aircraft were involved in boats in distress, and that the boat in the end was intercepted by the second Libyan Coast Guard. And one really recent example is on the 30th of July this year, we were operational with the Sea-Watch 3, our vessel, and we actually saw that Frontex was orbiting in the Maltese search and rescue zone, and we were in the vicinity with the Sea-Watch 3. And when we headed there with our aircraft, yes, there were people in distress, and but the Stockholm Coast Guard were already arriving on scene, and when the Sea-Watch 3 arrived as well on scene, it was too late. The people were already intercepted, and we have so many examples of yes, NGO vessels or merchant vessels being the vicinity of people in distress, and Frontex not informing the vessels in the vicinity, but rather cooperating with the Second Coast Guard, or even likely guiding them to the boat in distress, as it was on the 22nd of January this year, when we saw. So we monitored the Frontex aircraft, and we saw that there was a weird track and that they were, likely guiding them, because when we arrived on scene with our own aircraft, the Second Coast Guard were already arriving. So so this is even from the Maltese Search and Rescue Zone. Frontex is, cooperating with the Second Coast Guard and not informing any vessels in the vicinity. So Frontex has always a choice to comply with human rights and to ensure that people are rescued and then disembark in a place of safety, but rather choose to ensure that no one crossed the central Mediterranean.
How about documenting these situations and putting Frontex really to account? How is that possible, or what is the challenges?
This is super difficult. I mean, because and now even more with the drone that is flying, so we have difficulties to take some footage of the aircraft, and now with the drones, and we have these tracks, but as we were saying before, they are not always available. So sometimes we only hear on the radio that Frontex aircraft is operating, and they also don't. When we ask them on the radio, sometimes. Are you cooperating with the Second Coast Guard, or a bit, what are you doing? So now they are just denying to answer to us on the radio. So this is just super difficult for us, and that's why this is likely, or we have to assume that Frontex coordinating with the Second Coast Guard, but we cannot confirm 100% because for us and from the documentation, the documentation we have is not enough to prove with certainty that Frontex did cooperate, or as we were saying, we also don't. We know that there is this WhatsApp, so this WhatsApp group through journalist investigations. And we had, as I was saying, also in August, the Second Coast Guard, so the Libyan authorities told us that. That they had received a lot of emails from Frontex, but this is all we have.
As the Libyan Coast Guard is having its own SARS zone and communication has to happen there are these communication centers, situations at MRCCs, how they called. Could you give us a bit more information, explain us a bit about this, and if they're meeting international standards?
So yes, sir. In 2018, the Libya declared to the IMO, the International Maritime Organization, that they had a Libyan search and rescue zone, and that JRCC Tripoli was responsible. So with a few numbers, and this is all. Available. So, I mean, the IMO only has to accept, because this is procedure, the IMO only has to accept that, yes, one state declared that this was the Libyan Search and Rescue Zone for which this authority, the JRCC Tripoli, is responsible. But the fact is that this was pushed by the EU, and there are also a lot of programs that are training the Second Coast Guard and financing, supporting this whole structure, actually, the Second Coast Guard and this JRCC Tripoli, and also donations by Italy of patrol boats and so on. And what we see is that, the aim is that the people are being then intercepted and pulled back to Libya. And but this JRCC Tripoli is really not complying with any of the IMO standards. So I mean, in the Search and Rescue Convention, this is really clearly written that this JRCC Tripoli, so any authority or rescue coordination center, should be available 24 hours, 7 days a week, and speak English. And they are not available, and when we achieve, because I mean we have several numbers. Some numbers were provided by the Italians, so we have a lot of numbers. And when we called them, either nobody respond, or when one person responds, this person doesn't speak English. So, and then maybe there is one day, then there is one person speaking English, but in general, definitely this JRCC Tripoli is not complying with the Search and Rescue Convention. And the second point is that so there is this Libyan Search and Rescue Zone and this authority, but this is written and enshrined in the Search and Rescue Convention that people should be rescued and brought back to a place of safety. But Libya is definitely not a place of safety. And I mean, states could, the aim of the Search and Rescue Convention is the cooperation and coordination among states to ensure this rescue operation and disembarkation in a place of safety. But in fact, states are cooperating with the Libyan authorities with the only aim that people are being brought back to Libya, knowing that Libya is not a place of safety. And and about this IMO standards, I don't even mention the use of violence that we spotted with our aircraft by the Second Coast Guard, and also the lack of professionalism and the dangerous maneuvers that we spotted with our aircraft on several occasions.
As you were mentioning, the international standards are not met, but why is the IMO, as the International Maritime Organization, not challenging the Libyan Coast Guard?
Well, there should be a kind of complaint by a member state that Libya is not complying with the Search and Rescue Convention. And as I was saying, the procedure is such that now, at the beginning, when the Search and Rescue Convention was written, nobody thought that there would be one day one state that will declare a Libyan Search and Rescue Zone and that will have an authority, but this state is from the beginning not complying with any of the conditions and so on of the Search and Rescue Convention. I mean, and this is purely a European structure and the European financing, training, and so on. And that's why especially European member states, have an interest there that this Libyan Search and Rescue Zone exists. And yes, because then we have a Frontex that when Frontex is asked, do you cooperate with the Second Coast Guard and do you coordinate operation with the Second Coast Guard, Frontex only replies that, well, we inform on the relevant authorities, meaning that yes, JRCC Tripoli is informed and that yes, they are coordinating with the Second Coast Guard because these are the relevant authorities according to the Search and Rescue Convention, because there is a Libyan Search and Rescue Zone.
We were now talking a lot about operations of Frontex that use external borders. I would like to change now and go back to Greece and speak about voluntary returns, as they're called, or deportations. What does it look like in Greece, and what is the role in Frontex within Phevos?
So one small thing about Greece when it comes to that, Greece does not only perform return operations and deportations, and I mean apart from the returns that are pushbacks, but also Greece, as I think other member states of the EU, is investing greatly at convincing people to not ever try to come to Europe, and I'm saying that because recently Greece bought a package of advertisement, in Afghanistan, 73,000 euros to advertise in Afghanistan people not to come to the EU. But for the people that manage to arrive and manage to avoid the pushbacks, or for the people that are already here, there is two schemes. The one we can call forced returns or deportations, and the other one is obviously the voluntary returns. Frontex role is in both. So they portray themselves as facilitators of this. Frontex is basically involved in all of the operation apart from the issuing of the actual decision. So Frontex, and this has changed throughout the years. So I can recall back in 2015, 2016, especially after the EU-Turkey deal, you would have Frontex officers embarking the very boats that would send people directly from Lesbos to the Turkish coast. But ever since, Frontex is operating throughout the whole process. They will escort people. They sometimes will even use their own means. interestingly enough, to give you an example, through the first lockdown, there was a decision to stop operations in the airports in Greece, but there was a specific mandate that they can be used by Frontex, without specifying whether this was for surveillance or for returns only. And in general, Frontex is happy to be, let's say, the good cop of Greece being the bad cop when it comes to that. And also, even through the mandates, assist in informing people that are to be returned about the rights, about the situation. Like they have this very, let's say, benevolent profile. And that also is interesting on the context of Frontex expanding also to the Middle East and Asia, like in terms of exchanging know-how or setting up operations there, and kind of be, kind of wanna seem responsible for the well-being of the people once they return back to their homelands that they might have missed. There's all this narrative, especially when it comes to the voluntary returns.
Frontex is also not involved in Greece into this voluntary returns, deportations. Also, they're really taking part in the so-called, as Greece is kind of known for the hotspots, so they're taking part in all the camps. There are now 5 new camps, partly already built, one already opened last week on the Greek islands. What is the role of Frontex, or will it be within the new camps?
So the hotspot approach was basically it was developed after the EU-Turkey deal, and it was basically the idea that if we can control specific spaces, so Greece is going to set up a variety of camps and appoint specific camps as the reference points for reception and identification. There is a very interesting game of words being played here, and I'm not really an expert on the legal side of things, but basically, as far as I understand it, and please do correct me, the EU is not really allowed to fund prisons. So the EU is calling these new centers the monitor and control, multi-purpose reception and identification structures, and Greece is calling them closed and control structures. And it's really interesting how they put the same thing on so that's the translation of the one thing. So you would have the EU saying, that's what I'm doing. The Greece says, yeah, that's what you're doing, but I'm calling it a different name. I'm basically calling it a prison. Yeah, cool. That's fine with us. So Frontex is going to be there. Obviously, as you said, it's still very early, and also none of the two sides is very willing to provide exact information. But the EU agencies, that is FRA, that is EASO, and Frontex, are going to be very invested in the unaccompanied minors protection schemes within the camps. They're going to be, in general and very vaguely, responsible also for the security of these spaces, and also, run their own offices there, either for asylum or for their returns.
Sorry, Phevos, if I can just add, I was actually inside the Samos camp when it opened, and it was really fascinating to see this kind of manipulation of messaging that you're mentioning, because some of the banners that they put up, for example, were very clearly painted over, and I'm assuming that it had said multi-purpose reception and identification center, and then it was painted over and now it says closed and controlled center. And about the role of Frontex, they were definitely around. I saw a few of them eating powdered donuts. I mean, it was just this whole show and spectacle of making it really clear that they were embedded in this system. Whether it is to, show themselves as an entity for the people who are now sequestered and detained in the camp, or whether it was for the rest of us monitoring the situation there to really understand that Frontex knows what's happening, they're definitely around, and it was really, really troubling to see that.
Okay, before we are opening up the panel for discussions and further questions, I would like to ask our panelists if there is anything you would like to comment or add at this point to something that one of your colleagues already said. Okay, so we're open now for any questions. Please feel free, there is a microphone going around. Feel free to ask anything, and yeah. Just raise your hand. And the microphone is coming to your place.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a question concerning this parallel Eurodac system in non-EU states. Do you know anything about the data flows between the EU and the non-EU Eurodac system, legally or illegally?
Yes, this is the interesting part. According to Eurodac regulation, non-member states cannot have access. So what Frontex is doing now is that they're developing a parallel system that is using completely the same methodology and technology, and they're actually coordinating and standardizing these procedures throughout the Western Balkan non-member states. They say that they are doing this in order, to lay grounds, to prepare things for these countries to enter EU. But if we will be very realistic, I don't see Bosnia entering EU for the next 10 years at least. So why now suddenly the rush to do this? Well, there are many other burning issues, for example, in that country that should be dealt with in order to prepare the potential accession to the European Union. The communication based on national legislation and EU regulation between Eurodac and this parallel Balkandac shouldn't exist. But Frontex is now in a very peculiar position where they actually have access to both. They have access to Balkandac, as we call it, based on bilateral agreements with these countries that allow them this, or them being implementing partner funded by EU actually in the Bosnia, and they have access to Eurodac at the same time, which is putting Frontex in the position to serve as a bridge between two databases and to cross-validate and to exchange information between the databases without people who are being fingerprinted being aware of it. Because people are very careful where they're giving fingerprints in order to avoid potential Dublin return, for example, to some country. And this is something that nobody is speaking about loudly. I'm actually quite surprised that this is not a topic.
There was another question. Yeah.
Well, first of all, thanks very much for the very interesting interventions. I just have a question on the expansion of Frontex, the mandate that allows Frontex to operate beyond, so in third countries that don't necessarily border Europe. So I'm thinking of West Africa, which we haven't mentioned so much. And yeah, just wondering if maybe you can say a little bit about Frontex operations in West Africa.
Whom of you could say something? I mean, there are no status agreements.
I was just going to say, generally speaking, part of the expansion of the kind of European border regime into third places, whether that is West Africa, places like Niger, further afield, it's part of the kind of broader logic of border externalization that we already mentioned, where it's, in a way, once again, kind of expands the mandate of entities like Frontex, but also the broader kind of migration management machinery that Frontex is a part of, but not the only entity that's involved. And Europe in particular, of course, has been pushing this particular agenda for a while now. And there's been some really troubling and interesting investigations over the last number of years implicating all sorts of players, third parties, private companies, Israeli surveillance, even, I forget exactly when this investigation came out. I think it might have been, it's been a while now, perhaps 2015, 2016, where former members of the Janjaweed paramilitary group in South Sudan were involved in assisting the European Union with its border externalization regime as far afield as there. So again, I think it's the broader logic of pushing the European space beyond the kind of geographic boundary that we are all used to thinking of it in. And the concept of the shifting border as something that is more amorphous, more difficult to control, really plays into the hands of entities like Frontex, who essentially are able to operate in a free-for-all zone with very little accountability.
Maybe just to add a bit on your point of expanding European operational space. A very interesting piece of regulation was pushed forward in Serbia recently, that Romanian, Croatian and Hungarian police officers are now allowed to protect their borders within Serbian territory. And even more interesting was the statement from Serbian government saying that this was done in coordination with Frontex. So what is happening there, for example, if we are talking about pushbacks? Theoretically, if Croatian or Hungarian border guard was in Serbian territory during apprehension and pushing people back even further inside the Serbian territory, this would become something that is very hard to litigate because there is no formality of pushing someone across the border. And I'm very curious actually to see what role Frontex plays there. Also, for example, they, speaking about the Eurodac, Balkandac, they also announced, Serbian government, that Serbia would have access to Eurodac 2 years before they enter European Union. I'm still not aware of the regulation that would allow for that to happen.
Regarding to Western Africa, I would like to add, so there is no status agreement or something similar with any African country, so Frontex is not allowed to deploy its own troops there, but of course they are collaborating, so there is this African Frontex Intelligence Cell, AFIC, which is a kind of network of secret services, police forces, to gather information about upcoming risks. So this is the term of Frontex. And there are the liaison officers, which Frontex is placing in several countries, for example, in countries like Senegal. And I had the impression that Frontex was very much up to copy the situation like in the Western Balkans. So this kind of status agreement, it was a bit like with which African country Frontex might conclude such an agreement in the future. I don't know. Libya, of course, not. Morocco as well, because there are some conflicts. Perhaps Tunisia or Senegal. And one report about, there's a regulation about sea borders, and Frontex is every year giving a report. And in the 2019 report, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Fabrice Leggeri, the Frontex director, said like they have to make an assessment if it's possible to bring people back to these countries, like to push back people back to these countries. And part of this assessment is like, do these countries meet human rights or not? And in this report, Leggeri said, well, we didn't assess Libya, we didn't assess Turkey if they are a safe state, but we assessed Senegal. And according to this assessment, so Senegal is is okay with international standards. So this seemed a bit like that Senegal would be the first country where Frontex will actively push back people. But actually it didn't happen because a couple of months later they suspended the HERA operation, which is the operation between Western Africa and the Canarian Islands, which basically was the first ever Frontex mission, which started in 2006, I think. Yeah, this is what I could.
Yeah, I had, sorry. One question to Bérénice. I was checking, did you ask Frontex regarding the fact, because it's, Frontex is exactly doing what you're saying about saying we inform all the MRCC from the region, and so the Libyan are just one of them. But I was checking the answers we got in the Frontex scrutiny working group by Frontex when we asked about interception enabled by Frontex aerial assets. And there they were saying that they only alert the MRCCs when it's a distress cases and if in Libyan SAR zone. And that's something I hadn't spotted then, but when you told, because we know interceptions have been carrying in Maltese SAR zone. So the question I have, and it was on 2 months, it was 314 cases. And did you ask Frontex, exactly this, how many, if they were intercepted in Maltese waters, and to make the distinction, because I think that's something that is interesting, at least from the Parliament side, to dig, also for potential litigation case. And the other question is to Petra. It's because we talk a lot about Frontex as if, it was a Frontex plan to expand. And the question is, who is Frontex and who enabled this plan? Who are the key players? So did you look into this? Who are the key players that enabled the creation of this monster? Because I would say, from my perspective, it's the Commission. The Commission is a key player, and then the big political groups that want further EU integration. It's the dream of further EU integration, the same way they are using the EU-Afghan situation to call for an EU army at the moment. They use the 2015 situation to pass the two new Frontex regulation, the EBCG 1 and the 2.0, as we call it, that enable Frontex to proactively intervene without the consent of a member state. And because member states before were fully against this. So that's, and Algeria, of course, is part of this machinery, but yeah, so the question is, who are, for you, the key players that enable these monsters to be created, in addition to Algeria, who is anyway one of them?
About the first question, no. And we don't have any contact with Frontex, and I think that if we ever try to have any contact with Frontex, Frontex will never reply to us. So yeah, no, we never had that. But we have still, as I was saying, a lot of examples of, Frontex being involved in distress case in the Maltese zone, and then the people being intercepted. Then, of course, it remained open whether Frontex really, since the beginning, coordinated a lot, or whether then the Maltese authorities but then first the so-called Coast Guard to intervene, but then this is the Maltese authorities, this is another topic and not the topic of this conference.
I can just add something from a journalistic perspective. When we were doing reporting on all these cases, we were confronting Frontex with a long email explaining all the coordinates that we had, and we're saying you were in the Maltese SAR zone, there was a plane flying, people were intercepted. We assume, and now I don't know, we assume that there have been other vessels in this area, and it was not the Libyan Coast Guard who was next to it, because Frontex was responding to us that the Libyan Coast Guard was the vessel that was the closest to the boat in distress. So that was the most time they were responding. But from the journalistic side, there were we were really detailing all these cases, but we never got a response to every case in detail. It was more a general response that we got. So I think it's really hard, but they're saying the Libyan Coast Guard is always the one that was the closest, but it's hard to detect, as Bérénice was already saying it, to really give 100% proof.
The monsters?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a really important one, because we really need to situate the conversations that we're having beyond just Frontex and the kind of entities and players that are involved in this conversation, because it is an incredibly complicated kind of machinery that has allowed this monster to rear its ugly head. But it's, so, you could look at it from the perspective of all these different players, but also the political economy that underpins an increasingly growing border industrial complex that's incredibly lucrative, and where private companies really want to make as many inroads as possible. But it's also a global phenomenon, right? Here we're discussing Frontex, but I think it's also important to remember that globally speaking, we're seeing a turn towards xenophobia, anti-movement, policy making. Look at what's happening at the U.S.-Mexico border for many years, right? It's this broader pattern of dehumanization, of othering, of using carceral logics and criminalization of movement as the underpinning for policies. And also, it's historical, right? It's a broader history of kind of border imperialism that positions certain communities as ones to be controlled and surveilled and kind of datafied. And unfortunately, I think this kind of history has given rise to the particular moment that we're discussing here today, but it cannot be seen as an abstraction. In fact, it's a symptom of a global movement against people who are crossing borders, and Frontex is unfortunately one of the sharpest manifestations of this.
And if I can add something to what Petra said, I think there's also discussion about the threshold. So each one of the member states, every country in the world and every organization has its own thresholds. So on top of all that, it's also the question of how much we are able to accept. And the moment you bring in a new organization, the moment you bring in new regulations, you're always able to stretch and bend these thresholds of how much you can accept and how much you're willing to accept as a society, as a government, you know. So it is the political, but it's also how can you turn it into numbers and say that, you know, collateral damage, for example, if we take the example of the US. So how can you fit in more human rights violations and be okay with it because you're able to bend and admit that, you know, we are on a testing grounds phase. So one example about the new centers. In Greece, there is actually a problem right now because the moment you start scrutinizing them from the day they start, the Greek state and the European Union, I'm pretty sure they will start saying, yeah, but we are still testing that. Like, come on, we opened it 2 days ago. So allow us this leniency to navigate through it. And when we reach a point that we have a mandate, we will let you know, and then you can start to readapt your scrutiny again.
Are there any more questions? Yeah.
Hi, my name is Maria Książak. I come from Poland, where we were doing demo yesterday about Belarus-Polish border. Yes, I was in this border some time ago, and I also was monitoring Belarus-Polish border a couple of years ago when the pushback started to be really, really awful. And yes, sometimes we were putting at this time in 2016, 17, with the lawyers, the documents to ask about the deportations, the pushbacks, actually not deportations, but pushbacks. And I never had answer from individual cases from Frontex. Now situation is really awful, and we don't know how many people are dying really because yes, I'm sorry, because the statistics that we get are only about the people who are found by either Belarus side or by the civil society. We don't know how many people are dying on the territory fully controlled by Polish military and border guard. And you probably heard from yesterday how was the reaction of our president to the offer of United Nations, to the offer of UNHCR, to the offers of even EU, who tried to suggest that he would ask Frontex to come to help. So far, our government says, oh, we are managing fine, which God knows what really means. And I just was wondering, first of all, I have this kind of a dissonance because when I was working on this border 2016-17, we frequently seen Frontex in Terespol border crossing where a lot of pushbacks were happening. Why all of a sudden Poland should request Frontex to come? Aren't they already aware about what is happening there? And is there any other mechanisms right now, not counting Frontex in the picture, that there could be implied into this situation where we could have some way out because we are running out of options? I'm also an expert, I'm a psychologist, and I'm also an expert on the National Prevention Torture Mechanism in Poland. I know what our team was doing, and they would monitor some of the places inside of this area, but none of the reports are allowed to be published because it's an emergency, state of emergency right now, involving 400 kilometers of green border with 3 kilometers wide forest area, usually the biggest, oldest forest in Europe. Yeah? And what I'm just wondering is, like, what can happen in a scenario that Frontex would come? Would we know anything more about what is happening to people, or would it be all covered up? Is there any other mechanisms that could be effective in such situation right now, after the 30 days of the emergency state? There is a discussion today about prolonging it for further 90 days or 150 days. We really don't know who will survive. So that's the question. Maybe you know anything. I guess this would be a question from the list of control. Is there any mechanism, effective mechanism of control?
Might respond to that, no?
Well, I can try to respond, of course. I'm not a legal expert, but we have been recently in quite intense contact with activists from Poland, from bigger organizations, but also no border collectives. Actually, quite a few of people who have been collecting evidence on pushbacks for BVMN are now trying to do the same at the Polish borders. And it's striking the similarity. This standoff between Belarus and Poland is very similar to the standoffs that we saw between Turkey and Greece at some point. And it's also very interesting for me how, compared to that trend that was spiking in 2016, you know the best, when actually people were taken off from the trains in Brest, for example, and they were refugees from other parts of the world. Now that we say what we are having now is this very clear irregular crossing, as they say, over the green borders and pushing people back through really inaccessible forests, which is also endangering their lives. It is very hard in this sort of a situation where the political stakes are high, where you have this entire vast strip of the border where basically no one can access, where you see like the absurdity of situation also in the case of the 32 Afghans that were pinned for a month between two borders, even though legally speaking there is no between two borders, there is a line and there is Polish or Belarusian side. And one of the mechanisms would be, for example, in concrete cases of people whose rights might be violated or are violated, to ask for the interim measures of European Court for Human Rights. And this is exactly what the lawyers did in the case of 32 Afghans. And the interim measure was very bizarre, because the court said that the court ordered Polish state to give them access to provisions, but not to give them access to asylum system. So it's like a box of chocolate, you know, they're choosing, okay, they might get this, but I will keep this one for myself. What also is a possibility are the early warning procedures. UN mechanisms, several have early warning procedures that are quite efficient and quick. UN advocacy is actually something that lasts for years, but these early warning mechanisms are quite quick, especially when it comes to the rights of child. All of these mechanisms that are at our disposal are unfortunately very unlikely to help, you know, specific people who are now maybe freezing in the border areas. But I think they're extremely important for political reasons as well. And also what I know that some Polish organizations are now working on, and we are doing our best to support, would be to try to trigger infringement procedure, because the new regulation that was put forward in Poland, which is an attempt to legalize pushbacks, is clearly not in line with EU law. So when you cannot be, you know, in the border area to prevent harm from happening, I think one of the few options that we have is to resort to this sort of political, legal advocacy battle. But the discouraging part of it is that it's a marathon and it takes years. And meanwhile, unfortunately, I'm afraid that more lives will be lost.
Yeah, according to Frontex, they sent the standing corps there. So I don't know if it's like category 1 or the other category. So category 1 is the one that is directly under the command of Frontex and directly hired by Frontex, and should have been equipped with guns and ammunition and batons and pepper spray by Frontex, which for the moment didn't happen. So they received, as Phevos said, in Greece, the guns from the Greek state. But in the Evros mission in Greece, Frontex said, or actually the German government said, that Frontex was sending robust police forces. I don't know if this term might make sense to you, but in police language, this means riot police. So police which is experienced in harsh situations. Mostly these are police forces who are also sent to military areas, like Afghanistan, for example, so to cooperate there with the military missions or make trainings. And for the Evros mission, Frontex was calling in the member states like, we need these kind of robust police forces. And I would not wonder if they are also sent now to the border to Belarus.
If I may add, I think for quite some time there was this myth that if Frontex is present in the areas where pushbacks are happening, then, it's a bit better, At least there is some control, etc. But the reports that we have been documenting at the Greek borders recently with a very heavy presence of Frontex actually prove otherwise. So I would say at this moment, Frontex presence is not a guarantee or a protection mechanism. They might even aid national troops to perpetrate these crimes against migrants.
And just a very brief comment on the accountability of officers, which is really interesting, is that for the people, if a country sends some people to participate in the Frontex force that it sends to another country, these people are accountable to their own military or police, mainly police or Coast Guard force. The locals are under their own jurisdiction and under their own accountability, and there is no direct way to hold each other accountable. So if a Greek officer in front of Frontex officers, illegal, let's say the most legal thing in the world, they cannot themselves detain him and apprehend him. They have to file and do the whole circle to reach him. The same applies for Frontex officers as well. So if the national authority realizes that the Frontex officer is violating the law, then they have to go all through the circle again, and they cannot directly, it's also a safe guess to say they're not really willing to do that, even if they could. So there's also this issue of accountability on the field. And now with the standing corps, that becomes even more direct. It's even more evident that they cannot even go towards the actual other country. They have to go through the Frontex labyrinth to get to the officer that potentially violated a law or something.
There was another question. I think, I really don't know what's the next. I think it was
I have a question for Bérénice. You were telling about the way how to monitor also flights from Frontex through the tracking system. And I'm wondering if there's any possibility also to track drones to make them accountable.
I mentioned, yes, flight radar, you can also track the drone there. And it's actually quite surprisingly good track. So far I know we have already been seeing the Frontex drones track on this website. So without any problem.
Sometimes they're changing. It's not every site is showing every drone, kind of. It's some sites that are better showing drones, for example. And we're now speaking about military drones that you can see on the tracking system. But on some borders, there are quadrocopters also deployed, and that you can't see on these tracking platforms, for example, what is happening, for example, on the Croatian border, and makes it even harder to kind of track back what is happening there. Quadrocopter. Okay, a quadrocopter, a small drone. Okay, there in the back, in the left and in the right corner, there were both sides questions.
Thank you. Also, just a quick question from me. You talked a lot about the cooperation between, for example, Greek officials and Frontex officials. But in the pushback scenario on the Greek-Turkish land border, as far as I know, there's like maybe even bigger phenomenon of non-uniform paramilitary radical right-wing militias doing the pushbacks rather than the officials of Greece. Can you tell something on the interaction between Frontex and these militias, or I mean, if it's the same phenomenon that Frontex is watching, or does it have any influence on that phenomenon at all?
Okay, so let's specify this in two different temporal, let's say, categories. The one is before the events of March and February 2020, and the one is during these events and after. So prior to that, and I'm completely honest when I say I have no information whatsoever about local groups involved and their cooperation with Frontex. Like, unfortunately or fortunately, we don't have any information about that. But it's very true that for many years, I mean, since the 1980s or even before, the local groups are falling under the narrative of, you know, protecting their own borders, and that could be hunters, that could be fishermen, that could be local farmers, who also get to have access to a very specific piece of land, which is, quote unquote, a buffer zone, which is not really a buffer zone, it's just a really militarized strip of land that only Greek authorities and Frontex and the locals that are having, you know, their own farms can access. Having said that, we know that in February and March 2020, these local groups, some of them aligned very, you know, very openly with far-right, fascist groups, many of them supporters or ex-supporters of Golden Dawn in Greece. We know there was cooperation between them and the Greek authorities. That being said, Frontex must have been aware of that. We don't have, again, any hard evidence. You know, I cannot point you to a video or a picture or something that, no, I haven't seen that. But assuming that they are in very close cooperation with the Greek authorities, they must know that this is happening. And, you know, this is also public information. Like, you can find these local groups of, again, you know, hunters and fishermen apprehending people next to the river, pointing guns at them and forcing them to stay on the ground and not look up. Like, this is something that is public knowledge. So, yeah, I don't know if Frontex was there, but, you know, to argue that they haven't seen that happening, it's a big, you know, if.
There was another question there in the left corner.
Hi. My question is on the role of Frontex in chain pushbacks, especially from, let's say, the Schengen zone, so from Italy to maybe Serbia or to Bosnia as well. I guess the question is mostly towards Milica and BVMN, but it's very hard to pinpoint Frontex officers' activities in these chain pushbacks. We know this, but at the same time, we also know that attempts to kind of hold, let's say, local forces responsible on a domestic level has also been quite difficult legally. Is there any way to hold Frontex accountable on a European level for these sort of activities?
When it comes to chain pushbacks from Italy and also from Austria, they amount to, they are very detailed, actually, numbers, because Slovenian police is extremely transparent in publishing the numbers of readmissions. We are talking about chain pushbacks, but it is actually a process that is started by this formal procedure of readmission based on the obsolete agreements from the 90s and early 2000s, and that should not apply to asylum seekers. What you have in practice is that there is a coordinated reverse route of returning people, readmitting them formally from Italy to Slovenia or from Austria to Slovenia. Then Slovenians formally hand them over to Croats, and then Croats put them in vans, drive into the Green border, and brutally push them back. We have been litigating this in several courts, and in the last year and a half, we actually managed to reach 3 landmark verdicts in the Court of Rome, in Styria an administrative court, and in Ljubljana in Slovenia, where actually this judgment went through all of the three layers of the judiciary hierarchy. All three verdicts ruled that these readmissions were actually illegal or not in line with the law because they saw them and they recognized them as a chain refoulement practice. So the court found that the national police officers who were readmitting people actually violated the norm of non-refoulement, but also that they failed to recognize and offer the possibility to enter asylum system. This is a coordinated, standardized, I would say by now, practice. On average, 10,000 people are returned like this to Croatia yearly. However, Frontex is not directly involved in this. Frontex is present in some of the border stations where they usually have more of a mentoring and training role. So I would say this is more like a coordinated activity actually between national or even regional governments. The training role of Frontex there is very important, I would say, because Frontex is offering training, joint trainings to, for example, Croatian and Serbian forces. They're offering training also for the officers who were in Bulgaria. After they did canine training for troops with police dogs, we saw immense increase actually in dog bites and similar violence using dogs, both on Bulgarian and Croatian borders. So I would say that the role of Frontex in the chain pushbacks is actually that by their training, they're actually providing the tools and the know-how for the violence that is this last part of the chain pushback reverse route, let's put it that way.
We're going to speak about accountability in the second panel, so kind of more information on that. So we're going to take the last question. I have it here in the front, like fourth row. Yes, running.
Thank you very much for this really informative discussion. I just have one question on the cooperation between Frontex and private companies. And you have, of course, already mentioned the equipment which is being bought and how private companies are profiting in both ways, basically from keeping migrants out. But I was also wondering if you know anything about cooperation in terms of digital surveillance and, for example, accessing migrants' phones or messages or, basically any information about this.
Wow, what a question. Many people can say something, you as well, no? I mean, you researched that, so go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. I'll keep it broad, and then perhaps we can get into the specifics. The role of private companies, again, in this whole system is super, super important, and it's one that we didn't really talk much about today. But not only is it in the specific use cases that we're seeing, but also in the way that the conversation is changing and kind of whose priorities matter when we talk about, what is innovated on, what kind of technology is bought and shared, and who the main players are. And for me, when I was doing a bit of background research for this panel, for me, what really stuck with me was the fact that Frontex has been kind of involved in a lot of unregistered meetings with lobbyists that are representing weapons companies, surveillance companies, biometrics. And also, I think part of his kind of modus operandi is to foreground innovation and technology as its kind of bread and butter, as the next kind of frontier of its operations. And you see that with, Phevos already mentioned, this kind of appetite for using artificial intelligence. There's a major report released earlier this year, I think in March, by the RAND Corporation, a private entity, essentially doing an assessment of where Frontex could introduce artificial intelligence into its operations. So that just goes to show there is a lot of appetite for partnerships between Frontex and private companies, and also from states and private companies. And once again, obfuscating responsibility, because responsibility accrues very differently when you're talking about a public entity or quasi-public entity like a Frontex versus a private company. So it's a really, really complicated phenomenon, but one that we need to really pay close attention to.
Yeah, okay. We were doing an investigation. Maybe you have heard about the Frontex files. We were kind of really revealing with which lobbyists Frontex was meeting. And as Petra was already mentioning, it's like also kind of showing in which direction it is going. So there is, again, the point with lack of transparency when it's coming to Frontex. We don't really know. We kind of know what can be or will be deployed, but we are not knowing exactly where it's leading. With this Frontex files, we are now having the insight that we're knowing there is going to be maybe, but I think there is going to be, biometrical detection and everything. So, I think the point is that it's like the lack of transparency when it's coming to Frontex, so that we're kind of first aware of what is happening most of the time when it's already happening, and it's really hard to get there. And what were also the Frontex files showing, what I found really interesting, is not that Frontex is only doing this meeting since 2017 for their own. So they're kind of sharing it with member states and even third countries and inviting them to these meetings to kind of show like, oh, this is the way how we want to do it, and this is the way how you should do it, and how you kind of should secure your borders, and this is the military companies you should use, and then kind of cooperating. And what we know already is that some of the parts that were in the Frontex files, for example, there was Airbus pitching the drones and everything, and that there were contracts and it already happened, but we don't know it for everything of it.
Would you name some more of the monsters? I mean, Airbus is one of them, but in biometrics, for example, or like Idemia, I was pointing on, like the big French company that is engaged in all of the big shit, so the big databases that are being built up with fingerprints and faces, which are not only addressed to migration control, but also like common border control for everybody. So there will be soon entry-exit system where everybody who is entering the European Union has to leave his or her fingerprints and facial image. And there will also be a database where you have to register in advance your travel, like the US with the ESTA. In the EU, it's called ETIAS, European Travel and Information Authorization System. And Frontex is involved in that. So Frontex is in that system, managing a kind of watch list. And this watch list of people of interest should be like queried with other databases. And the technical part of that is managed by Frontex. And so this is, of course, they really have to have good relations. And the lobby organizations, we should also name the European Organization for Security, which I think is the biggest, the most important. And there are many reports how this works. I mean, there are these groups in Brussels that work on transparency of lobbyism, and how they found out, also FragDenStaat digged that out, how they made big luxury dinners for all the companies, invited them, and how much it costs, and who was there. So, yeah, all of this is known. Yes?
Them for digging that out. Frontex was suing FragDenStaat for digging them. Oh no, Frontex was suing them for digging that out, and
they should pay 14,000 euro now or something.
More. It was more, but it was reduced. I don't know the numbers exactly.
And I mean, just to add on the capacity of Frontex, then the national capacity. So if you go through the Internal Security Fund and the Asylum and Migration Fund applications and the national programs for each country, it's developing its own little games and toys and everything. And Frontex is coming there and saying like, oh, I like that. Like Greece, for example, initiated recently the biggest up-to-date deal with Elbit, on securitization and surveillance and military infrastructure. And that is being included now to the national capacity of Greece as a member state of the EU. So if Greece is using any of this in order to control its borders, then Frontex has access to it. And the same goes for like pure data that's coming out of control systems, that goes for coming from Greece, endless lists in paper and stuff that is there for years now. One of them thinking back of the previous question we had, the list of unwanted aliens, as they call it, which is basically a list that Greece is assembling for people that have crossed and shouldn't have crossed into Greece. So Frontex gets to have a go at all of this and connect it to other databases like Eurodac and Balkandac and the systems that come with that.
Yeah, we would end this here because the next panel is about to start at 3 o'clock. And as you perhaps noticed, this panel was more about collecting the facts a little bit, digging into what Frontex is doing at the borders. Many things, of course, we had to neglect here, but to give a kind of broad picture. And we want to continue in the next panel to find out, okay, now we know the facts, and now we collected a bit the most important things, and what can we do? There was some, you wanted to say some technical points?
Hello? Yes, we will take the break now, and of course in this area you can find lots of places to find food, but we're also showing an exhibition at the moment in Prinzessinnengärten, Princess Gardens at Moritzplatz, which is examining the Moria camp, the old one and the second one, and the history of camps. And if you're up for a little walk, you can also use this break to go to the gardens and have a look at the exhibition. And otherwise, yeah, we will be back here and start on time at 3 o'clock.
And thank you very much for you four panelists.
What I hear from people is
Hello. Hello, we are back from the break, and we will start now with the second panel, even if some people are still coming back. And I will give now the mic to our new moderators. That is Matthias Vlatkovic from the ECCHR and Nijaf Nibrain from the Transnational Institute. Thank you for coming here.
Thank you very much for inviting us. Welcome back, everybody, or welcome if you've just joined us. This afternoon, we're going to be discussing tactics of civil resistance against Frontex. I think we probably have a challenge on two fronts. I think the first front is how difficult, I suppose, it is to challenge what's going on with Frontex. But maybe also because we're doing the afternoon shift and there's a slump after having lunchtime. So hopefully we can keep the conversation going and that you can participate actively after we've had some interventions from our panelists. Maybe just to mention in the first panel this morning, for those who may not have been here, we heard really how grave the situation is with Frontex, the lack of accountability, the lack of transparency, the lack of oversight, the ever-expanding mandate, the huge amount of resources, the grey areas with regard to how Frontex is operating, and everything points towards this actually getting worse in the coming years. And so by joining together the panelists that we have today, who Matthias is going to introduce in a second, the idea is that we look at resistance not just from one particular viewpoint, but that we're looking at resistance in terms of political, legal, civil society, academia, understanding that resistance is not just from one particular discipline or area, but that it's really multifaceted, and that they should be, ideally resistance and building solidarity would be about coming together with overlapping areas of expertise or activism to reach for a communal, a common goal. And I think we've put here reform, control, or abolish. And I think in the first panel, at the very outset of the panel, we mentioned abolish, and there's been a very active abolish Frontex campaign going on already. So I think, we'll hopefully talk about how to operate in this space of resistance. And we've got excellent panelists who can share their expertise. So, Mattia, I'll ask you to kick off the introductions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll go from left to right. Here on my left we have Bernd Kasparek, who is researching migration and border studies for quite some time. His research interests are European migration border regime, Europeanization, European Border and Coast Guard Agency Frontex, which is today's topic, of course, and is also founding member of the Network for Critical Migration and Border Regime Studies, also known as CRITNET, and member of the board of the research association bordermonitoring.eu, and also founding member of the German movements. To his left, we have Luisa Izuzquiza, who works for FragDenStaat, is a freedom of information activist, and is already working on Frontex for quite some years, and has to foot a bill now for that activism. And to her left, we have Omer Shatz, who is an international lawyer and lecturer in international law at Sciences Po Paris, and also a Yale Law School graduate. He was working on various cases in the field of migration and asylum, and also at international fora, and we can't wait to hear the legal perspective from you. And to his left, we have Amandine Bach, who's been working as a policy advisor for the left group in the European Parliament since 2013. We're very happy to hear a bit what is going on in Brussels from you. And before that, she worked in NGOs and academia in the academic sector. So the way we could start off is for each of you to give us like a short introduction on how you're challenging Frontex, how we are contributing to this general struggle, probably much more on the abolish side, I guess, but also to rephrase that question, quo vadis to quo vademus, like where are we going, how are we fighting what we heard in the first panel to not sort of fall into despair, and sort of create an atmosphere of hope and solidarity on the stage, I hope. So I hope it's okay to start with you. Bernd?
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation and the exciting first panel. That was, I think it was a really good kickoff and to get into this discussion. The question is a bit difficult because I don't think we want to make it so much about ourselves. I guess we want to show how we are embedded in various struggles and networks. And I will start with a short note on myself, though, because I have been irked, I think, by this question of a European border agency since the inception. And I have been half academically, half in an activist manner, been tracking the agency, I would say, for the last 15 years. And I think I just managed to write it all down and get it published in my book, Europa als Grenze, Europe as Border. And I think there was like the interesting element about it, because initially I thought I would be writing a book about migration, right? Because that's what we heard, and this is what Frontex is doing, and I always thought it is about migration. But I think if you take the problem that has been mentioned in the first panel, that there is so little insight and the transparency is so low and it's like difficult to understand what this agency is about. If you take it as a challenge and you say, okay, how do I work around it? How do I get to understand how this agency is working? Then I think we understand that this agency has very little intrinsic connection with migration, and it's much more a question about governing Europe. And I think this is important because this connects it to a much larger question, and I think this is one, at least I would like to raise on this podium, because it connects it on the deepest level to the question of Europe, about the democratic constitution of Europe and how we are living together on this continent. And I think this is something that needs to be raised. Personally, I have arrived at these, no, the personal note is coming to an end. Personally, I have arrived in, like I said, it has been a mixed engagement between activism and academia, because I think perhaps we'll have time to talk about it, but it has always been something which needs to go back and forth, right? Because I like the more in-depth and kind of longer and sometimes kind of secluded analysis that academia is doing. But if I can just say, from my experience, if I listen to the first panel, this is all first-hand knowledge and analysis and knowledge about what is happening at the borders that you do not find like this in academia. So I think it is really, really important to get this dialogue going, for academia to leave, of course, the famous ivory tower, and not just use it as a floskel. How do you say that in English? Not just use it as something you say, but something you take very, very serious. And I think this especially means not taking kind of data from activists just like as data, but kind of to engage in an analysis. I will make one example. I think we were very successful in 2009 when we organized the No Border Camp in Lesbos. It kind of preceded everything that happened in 2015. I think it was a very good mixture of kind of an academic involvement, which brought a lot of people to Lesbos. It was, of course, it was an activist thing. And I think it set up the island in the end in a way that made certain forms of resistance, particularly against the involvement of the agency, possible. I think 2015 would have looked very much differently on the island, like we have seen on other Greek islands, which have been drifting much more towards the right wing than to this involvement. So I think these are examples I would like to get back to discussing with you all here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also very happy to be here in person. So the way our connection as freedom of information activists to the question of Frontex and these three options of reform, control, or abolition, basically it comes from the framework we work with, which is we understand the right to information and freedom of information as an instrumental right that serves different fights in the social area, in this case, in in the field of migration, but it can also serve activism with regards to the climate, housing, etc. So this framework of transparency, not as a goal in itself, but as an instrument, kind of brought us to this field of Frontex. And so our belief is that information in itself is not gonna, grant us accountability immediately or make things immediately better just because we know how they function. But greater access to information will enable us to first better understand power structures and how they work and how they trigger abuse of power, how they trigger violence, and how this violence impacts communities. And then greater access to information can make us more strategic about how we fight back. And in that sense, we, after some years working around Frontex and using freedom of information laws to expose how they work and the pain and suffering they create and how they use their position to create more violence and more death at the EU's borders, for us it became clear that the solution to this needs to be abolition. Just because there is no way of tackling Frontex and reforming this idea, which is not worth of reform in the first place, but rather is a structure that needs to be dismantled and to use the space to build alternatives that do really respect human rights. So that is how we kind of build a connection of using information to expose wrongdoing and then using this knowledge to create pathways towards accountability, which in our case takes the form of abolition. So that is why we're here and very happy to debate more around this. We'll pass it on to Omer.
Hello everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be among friends, Luisa and Amandine, with whom we are collaborating. So I'm the legal director of Front-Lex, a new NGO. The name is problematic. And yeah, I mean, we are not doing academia or activism. We are doing litigation, and we are having a number of cases, two of which are pending, that are challenging Frontex. Maybe that would be the second round to talk about the cases. Okay, so I'll talk more about the cases later on. But I think in terms of introduction, yeah, we are less interested in whether to reform or control or abolish, because our understanding that it's a broader issue that we are dealing with, and that the Lex Lata, the existing case law and the existing, maybe in the first panel, I wasn't here, you discussed the failure of all the other mechanism of control, monitoring that are extrajudicial, the member state, the commission, the parliament, and so on. But also judicially, what our understanding, at least my understanding, was that until now, the way that civil society was litigating cases, migration-related cases, was limited to a framework that we call state responsibility. So you go against the member states, you have a case, you go to Strasbourg, it's the European Court of Human Rights. And that was the only framework in which the serious violations of fundamental rights, and so on, everyone knows what's going on in Libya and in Greece and elsewhere, I assume. But the only way to litigate was to target states, the member states. And our understanding that this is failing, and I think we are sharing this sentiment that on the one hand there is the situation on the ground, the practice, and on the other hand we have the law. And we can't understand how come this dissonance, the law and the discourse also, because, you know, the EU is always like this liberal ethos of human rights and so on. But then you look at the frameworks that pertain to this, like, overall notion of state responsibility, and you see that, I don't know, international refugee law, it's only between states you can provoke disputes. International maritime law, all the rescue NGOs, it's also a state-state mechanism. And human rights law, which is, as I mentioned, the court in Strasbourg, most of the time it is failing, but this is normal. Cases, we are not here for only for success. There is value in losing cases as well. But it fails to properly interpret the law, this court. Andy versus Spain of the ECCHR is an example for this kind of ruling. But even when in the 1% that you win in the court, the paradigmatic example is the famous landmark ruling of Hirsi from 2012. What we see is that instead of the states complying with the ruling, they are actually incentivized. The rulings, the law pushes them to further circumvent and violate even the ruling by externalization, to perform the unlawful acts and omissions elsewhere, not where they will be held to account, and also to others. And this is an escalating situation where, in the end of the day, you reach to a point where we are no longer talking about, in my view, in our view, on human rights violations, not even serious human rights violations, but other forms to cut a long story short, to crimes and international crimes and so on. So the task of Front-Lex was to cultivate new forms of responsibilities, not state responsibility. So on the one hand, we have individual responsibility. This is individual criminal responsibility, the competent court being the International Criminal Court in The Hague. And the second one, which is the most recent case, which is targeting Frontex, is what we call organizational responsibility. So again, it's not a state, it's a supranational entity. And we at Front-Lex, we try to innovate and to cultivate new forms of responsibility in light of this failure of Strasbourg, of the human rights and state responsibility. I can elaborate more, but just to conclude, and by mentioning that it's not only me, it's a team of a number of lawyers also within Frontex, like attorney Iftar Cohen, but we collaborate with other NGOs, Greek Helsinki Monitor in Greece, the Helsinki Council Commission in Hungary, and a number of NGOs, and even in Brussels with law firms and so on. So it's an enterprise of many committed and talented lawyers. Thank you.
Yeah, to end, I will start with what Bernd said. I mean, about the fact that these fights, I think, are all intertwined. I mean, for example, what we try to do, and I hope nobody sees me as part of the, institution supporting Frontex. But thanks, Omer. But now, as part of the resistance coming from the smallest political group in the European Parliament after the last elections, the left group, and that's everyday resistance for little things and to big things. And but it's all this resistance we are trying, that I will explain after, would not be possible with many of the people in this room. That wouldn't exist. I mean, we would, of course, be able to keep tabling our zero budget amendment for Frontex as we do every year. But the exposure, the holding accountable of Frontex that we have done increasingly in the recent months wouldn't be possible with all the different people doing different complementary work. And that's I think really important to take into account, because often this is not acknowledged, and also I think that's we have to continue even if the monster, as I named it, is big. There is still work, a lot of things to do, and the way the resistance we do it, and I think within the parliament, with its limitations, and I'm fully aware of the limitations. You can see it for the people who read the working group document of the Frontex scrutiny working group, the result of the 4 months, and we can talk about this after. But I think, for example, so one thing in terms of the resistance that is key, and also based on these linkages we create, is the access to information. Requesting parliamentarians have, the right to scrutiny. Frontex should be accountable to them. So it is important that this channel is being used. It wasn't used so much in the past. Now, with this in the last year, we have increasingly used it, and Frontex felt the duty to provide documents, even if most of them are confidential and I cannot talk about it. But still, MEPs and advisors like me could read, the ones who wanted to read it. I still believe that only the Greens and us read the document, but that's, I wanted to do a question and answer documents with the people who are working on the report, because I do believe that the others didn't read the documents. But that's key. And I think some documents are not confidential, and then, linkages can be brought around this. Then the next thing is the exposure. And I think it's key, the exposure of civil society, academia, lawyers, through litigation, like the case of Front-Lex. This is really key. And the same exposure we do when we call Legeri to come to the Committee of the European Parliament and to answer to questions. And it has its limitations as well, but I think it is important in terms of holding accountable and exposing what is going on and asking key questions, linking with, again, the people who are not in the parliament to put the right questions and not remain just theoretical. And so holding accountable is the same thing. And then the next step, which I think it's only our group, it's the abolish. We are very much alone. Our MEPs had this discussion, and our com is using the abolish Frontex hashtag. This is a position of our group. That was already reflected for years on the zero budget. The Greens always make a point when they talk to Frontex, it was years ago, not even knows that, we are not like them. So we don't table zero budget amendments. We want control. But that's, in this fight, we were alone. But I think we could describe then how maybe there are intermediate steps that can be worked together, linked to budget and all of this. And I'll stop here. Now, and just, maybe to say that how it translated the resistance so far beyond the zero budget amendment, it's really the pushing for an inquiry committee, which is not what we had. So, because that is for 1 year, and that is very different from what we could manage politically, because in the parliament you need a majority of political groups to agree to things. So just Social Democrats, Greens and us don't form a majority. We need the Liberals and a bit of the Conservatives, which means it is really hard to get anything actually a real exposure of Frontex. You have to see things taking into account the political majorities. But we push for a real inquiry committee. We requested tons of documents. We are pushing now. It's going to be lost this Monday for not granting discharge to Frontex budget. We are pushing for the resignation of Legeri, working at all these different fronts. But then you have a political majority, and I think if the call from the outside of the parliament is not coming strong, then it's really impossible that we gain more political groups in these battles. And because, that's... But I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thanks for those first interventions. I think I'm going to start with Luisa, because I think a lot of what we've heard so far has been about the access to information, the problems about getting access, or that there's information available but it's not necessarily what we want to know. There's gaps in the information. The language used also, that we mentioned that in the first panel as well, that it's not necessarily the language that we would use, and it's problematic and difficult to interpret. So I think we're going to start with Luisa and maybe ask, how exactly do you... so maybe very basic question, freedom of information requests. What kind of requests have you been making? What are the themes that or the issues that you're asking about? Who are you asking? Maybe you can share a little bit about this, first of all, and then I can ask you some follow-up questions.
Sure. So in terms of how we work, we use freedom of information requests as the core element of our work. And then through these requests, we build our campaigning, our research, our litigation, etc., which means that basically we're filing freedom of information requests almost on a daily basis. And the type of information we seek, we have certain documents that we're already familiar with, and we believe there's value in disclosure of these documents because of the sort of stories they're telling, because of the sort of evidence they provide. And so we request this on an ongoing basis, and a classic example is the Syrious incident reports. So for people who might not be familiar, whenever there's an incident happening during a Frontex operation, which can be a Frontex officer gets food poisoning and needs to go to the hospital, or it can be a border guard beats up a person who's trying to cross a border and then pushes this person back into another country. Like, this is the range of incidents we're talking about, but whenever a Frontex participating officer witnesses one of these incidents, they have to report it. And these are recorded in serious incident reports, which become a great basis of evidence of wrongdoing at the borders. Of course, there are many things that are not being recorded. But so these are the sort of documents that we request on an ongoing basis. We publish them in a database so that everyone can have access to them, use them however they might. Then there's things like emails, for example, correspondence. These sort of exchanges have become very useful. We request lobby documents to see how they're interacting with the defense and security industry. And then, so these are kind of things that we proactively request on an ongoing basis. And then we also respond to things that are happening. If there's a shipwreck in the central Mediterranean and we believe Frontex might have some documents around it, then we file a request on this particular incident, and you request everything that might have been generated around this particular incident, right? So that could be correspondence, it could be reports, it could be, SMS messages, it could have been phone logs, whatever you can think of. So this is more responsive. And then we work with a lot of civil society organizations, which again face lack of transparency as an obvious barrier to their work. And usually we just have a chat with them, see how our work can serve them, and we request things for them so that they can use it in their daily work. And most of these requests are addressed to Frontex themselves, but we also request to other EU institutions, and we also request to the member states in themselves. So I think this construction of Frontex as an EU body in touch with a lot of other EU bodies and also composed of member states is an advantage when it comes to freedom of information, because it means that a lot of people will have a certain document in their hands at some point during a decision-making process or an incident. So we know that Frontex is actually quite reluctant to disclose some information. But for example, if you have Sweden involved in something, they have a strong transparency culture and a freedom of information law that works quite well, so you can ask them and so on. So this is kind of how we go around our daily business.
Okay, and maybe can you give us a sense of the kind of responses that you get then? Do you find that you get back, I don't know, for example, the documents are redacted or they've withheld information, or it's a general response where they're not really giving anything away? Or, what kind of, give us a sense as well of how the responses come?
I mean, when it comes to Frontex, actually, if you look at their own statistics, they themselves say that over 80% of every request of information they get, they either partially or totally refuse, which means getting a blank no and you get nothing, or you get a whole load of redaction. So like you get the odds of just getting a no in a way. We do get a lot of redaction, we do get a lot of refusals, but and it really depends on the type of document you're interested in. When it's about an operation, then they're much more likely to refuse access to this. But then you can find some vacuums there, which can be luck, or it can be just like you ask at the right moment. They can be that just they don't realize what you're up to. There's many things at play, but like, for example, the documents that were the basis of the Frontex files, they just gave them like that, most of them. I don't think they saw them as problematic, basically because they probably think that they're doing nothing wrong, and so they just give them to you, and you can play with these. But I would say that there's a lot of refusals and a lot of redaction. And then, of course, when you bring the member states in, you can really feel the difference between transparency cultures between different countries. And it's not so straightforward as, Scandinavian countries being great and the rest, like, it's not like that always. But there are some countries that will just be more open about what they're doing. And we've had, for example, our lawsuit against Frontex concerned a type of information that Sweden and Norway gave us like that, and Frontex dragged us through court for years now. So it's really not obvious, and you get a bit of everything, but it's just about combining the right laws at the right moment, I think, and an element of luck, which is always part of it, I guess.
And maybe just because you mentioned Frontex files, and I think it was mentioned also in the beginning, in the first panel, and I think it led to some kind of, there was some kind of follow-on actions, I think, that came from that. So maybe just because we're talking about resistance and ways of kind of, responding, I suppose, and using this information, maybe you can just talk a little bit about what came after the publication of Frontex files.
So, I mean, I think the most immediate and directly related outcome of that investigation was Frontex being forced to create a public register of their interactions with lobbyists that they now need to publish on their website. So if you go into the website, and it's hidden in their menu, so you kind of got to know where you're looking for. But supposedly they're now forced to proactively publish this information. Now, of course, it's not so straightforward, because if you actually look at what they've been publishing since, it's not reflective of the sort of information we found, right? So there's always going to be a back and forth with them, and no victory is solid, I would say. But that is already quite a step in terms of them having to put forward some information. Now, of course, we got to monitor the sort of information that they're putting there, but that is something. I think it's important also that this investigation and the fact that they had lied to the European Parliament about their interactions with lobbyists, which is not a minor matter, was used as part of the grounds put forward to freeze the Frontex budget discharge, which I think is it's an important step towards putting limits to Frontex and showing them, what's admissible and what is not, and so on. And I mean, we'll see how this evolves in the meantime. I think that is the main two things that happened in a matter of 6 months. And we now have to keep up with that and see how that evolves and to what extent they comply with these limits, right? Because that is, of course, a big part of it. But in terms of small steps, that is an important thing. And then I think also in terms of indirect impact or consequences, I think the TV piece in particular helped quite a lot, at least for a certain audience, to actually engage with the idea of Frontex. And it showed a way of explaining Frontex that I think hadn't been tried before. And to me, at least, it proved quite successful because actually satire and sense of humor, it's such a good communicator. And I think working in these issues, we get told a lot that actually it's very technical topics and it's very specific because we're talking about, an EU agency that does border control and no one cares, and we're talking about lobbyism that is too technical and also no one cares. And I don't think that is true, and I think it's just a matter of how you explain things. And I think in that way, the journalists did such a magnificent job of just translating this and explaining people, who are these people, why are they problematic, showing them the actual documents and people being able to see for themselves what these companies are pitching and so on. So I think it did change a bit the framework under which we can talk about Frontex. And that is actually, pretty nice and pretty impressive for the journalists' part.
I'm amazed you didn't bore the audience with the technical details and difficulties of making freedom of access to document requests with the pad, the extension, and all this back and forth that I also had the delight of engaging in a bit. But maybe my question would also be, and it's connecting also to Omer then, about this legal case you had in Luxembourg, and also if you would encourage generally people to use this right more as EU citizens to file access to document requests to Frontex, or as legal bodies, as NGOs, if it's something to do in collaboration with your organizations, and when you actually then fight and challenge Frontex in court, what do you expect and what is actually coming at you rolling?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit weird to encourage people to do this and then saying and then we got sued for a lot of money. That should not be what happens. I mean, I most certainly encourage people to request information from Frontex on almost an annoying basis. You just need to ask things from them all the time. I mean, because I also think that just more requests means more information out there, and I think that it's a good thing in itself. But I think that it sends a powerful message to Frontex as well, that we're looking at what they're doing and that it's more and more. So it's not only me and my colleagues filing requests for information, but it's actually human rights group, it's journalists, it's citizens who might not do this as a professional thing, but they're actually interested and engaged. And I think more and more people need to do it. I understand also that it's not a straightforward process because Frontex has in itself built a very difficult process, which we usually define as obstructionist. They put as many obstacles as humanly possible for you not to ask any questions. But I think precisely because of this, I think for one, this is a sign that they actually do not want people asking questions, because they wouldn't go through so much trouble. They built their own platform, which no other EU agency has done. They ask you for your ID and so on. They put so many obstacles that it clearly matters to them. And because it clearly matters to them, we need to do it more. And we need to do it better. So I do encourage a lot of people to file them. And we always say that if you come across any difficulty, which is, highly likely, we are always reachable to help out people in the process. It can be hard and they can be very annoying, and it feels like you're being bullied by them because of the way they respond, of the many difficulties they put in place. But you just gotta push through. And then once you get there, you will start getting information, and it's just about being persistent and keeping in mind that this is also a sort of activism, just pushing through. And when you take when you take them to court, I mean, we took them to court in 2018, and this is a case that we actually lost, which I think for me shows, I mean, this is part of litigation, right? And sadly, you cannot always win, but also losing has its advantages in the sense that it shows the limits of the law, it shows the limits of the court in itself, and for us it showed that, of course, the transparency law is just flawed in itself, because it gives so much discretion to Frontex that actually you request something that is so straightforward that even the court sees that and sides with Frontex immediately. But then even losing the case, which didn't have an immediate impact on Frontex, again, them coming after us afterwards, I think also show they kind of care that people are taking them to court now, and their way of decentivizing people from suing them is, of course, a classic intimidation tactic, which is penalizing the people who take them to court with high legal fees. In our case, we got an invoice for 23,700 euros, which we've refused to pay because it's absurd and because it's intimidation, and we just do not want them to be able to set this precedent. We fought it politically and publicly and in court as well. And then I think there was an important moment where the parliament decided to step in and called on Frontex to cease on their intimidations and retract their invoice. And so now, of course, it's a matter of Frontex respecting the parliament, which has not always happened. And actually, I do think that, and this is how different levels are connected, because the scrutiny group report was so weak on Frontex, and basically the outcome is they've been carrying out all these human rights violations in front of everyone's eyes, and they got out of that inquiry with no consequence whatsoever. This might have an impact on how entitled they feel to commit more abuse, more violence, and so on. So, of course, them respecting the parliament is now up to them. And we, as the other side of it, we're not taking it for granted. And we'll see what that brings.
So maybe there will be a round 2 in Luxembourg, who knows, without footing the bill at the end. But talking about legal obstacles and legal cases already, I think this ties well to you, Omer. Maybe you can tell us a bit about the legal cases you're currently litigating, in which fora, and already maybe delve into some of the obstacles that you're encountering when drafting these submissions, when trying to find evidence for criminal responsibility, and generally these kind of obstacles that you encounter when trying to hold Frontex accountable in courts.
Okay, so first, in the process, we benefit a lot from the work of Luisa and her colleagues, and also from the parliamentary questions. If anyone will bother to read the brief of the first case against Frontex over human rights violation, it's online. A lot of the evidence was forensic analysis of statements of Legere in the parliament, and other evidence that we had, internal documents of Frontex that contradict that, so on, so on. But again, for me, I think the story is not Frontex, and I think it's a bit too easy to have this scapegoat, especially his face of Legere, like this bad guy that we all like to target. I think not only because Frontex is just a skeleton, the forces that are deployed to Frontex, not only because the forces that are deployed to Frontex are member state forces, or Coast Guards and police, the federal German police, for example, and so on, of the member state, and not only because the assets, the drones and the boats are national forces, so now soon they will have their own army and they will have their own drones, okay. But this is not only because of that, but because Frontex is really not the issue. The issue is the EU. And because Frontex, who sits in the management board of Frontex? The member states. Who can file, I don't want to get into very boring legal issues, but in Hungary, for example, the Commission filed what we call infringement proceedings against Hungary to stop a migration policy that was infringing the treaties of the fundamental rights, Treaty of Lisbon and so on. Why the Commission would not do the same in Greece? So all the bodies that are roaming around Frontex, they are Frontex, and Frontex is the EU, and the EU, and here we are. This is what I tried to say earlier. I don't know if I succeeded. We need a paradigm shift to understand that we are facing something much more sophisticated than EU law enforcement agency operating at the border. The EU is a much more complex apparatus of power operating in a very sophisticated way. It's enough to say that this event, I believe, is also co-funded by the EU. So also us are part of this show, and the EU funds the UNHCR, the EU funds the IOM, it funds not only the militias and so on, but a number of international organizations, humanitarian actors, what they call implementing partners. In Libya, for example, you will find a number of European NGOs, humanitarian NGOs that are aiding and abetting the commission of atrocity crimes and so on. And when you are facing a situation in which people in the Aegean Sea are being thrown to the water, and sometimes handcuffed, sometimes, I bet probably that was the first panel, I don't want to repeat, but in the Aegean Sea, okay, people are abandoned in the middle of the sea, and we had one case just last week of people that were EU agents, EU soil, EU waters in this case, throwing them just to the waters, not even abandoning them on these rafts, like really. So this is not a human rights violation. This is not refoulement. This is, I'm trying to say that we need a paradigm shift also of the discourse, not to talk about all these like human rights conferences and discussions and academic papers, but to understand that we are facing something else. And in order to address better legally and otherwise how to counter these policies, right? So this is the Aegean Sea. We're talking about 10,000 or more people that were abandoned in the middle of the sea. This is attempted murder. Pursuant to a state policy of Greece or organizational policy of Frontex, this is a crime against humanity of murder, or can be deportation, and there are other crimes. In Libya, I don't know, the ICC prosecutor, not me, not Luisa, not Amandine, is saying twice a year to the UN Security Council, in the camps in Libya, there are crimes against humanity against migrants. Who provide the human resources, the victims to this enterprise, joint criminal enterprise? Frontex and the EU that starts the chain of events where ultimately around 80,000 individuals that were not among the 20 or 25,000 that drowned in the Mediterranean. The survivors, 80,000, were deported and forced back. So when we talk about human rights, we tend traditionally to focus on the rights angle, on the deprivation of rights, and this is how we state within this like realm of state responsibility. What I am proposing is to focus on the human and on the process in which at first we discriminated people here around us, asylum seekers. We criminalize them, we reject them at the border, we deport them back, and then we kill them either by drowning in the Mediterranean or by starvation in the camps or in many other ways. And this not very slippery but slope goes towards extermination of a targeting of a particular civil population. That is, and this is why I'm saying, in order to understand how legally we can capture those responsible, we have to first diagnose what is the etiology, what is the reasons of what we are witnessing. And here I think we should also have, look better on ourselves, the civil society, and to see why so far no one filed a case to the Court of Justice in Luxembourg until last May, where we did it. And why not only the extrajudicial mechanism that we mentioned, the member states and so on, failed, but also why the courts are not operating, are not enforcing the law and so on. And I think here it's about all the legal organizations in the civil society. They are very reluctant to challenge these measures, these policies, because they are afraid. Now I'm talking to this like legal community of what we call the bad precedent, right? Of losing. And if the bad precedent, and then the court will say it's legal, then it's the end of the world. But there is a psychoanalyst that I like, Winnicott, Donald Winnicott. He said we are afraid only from things that already happened. I mean, it's already happened. The worst is happening in the real world. Who cares if the court one day says it's okay? It's not. I mean, it's already happening. So the best case would be that the court we will prevail in court and we will overturn the measure or the policy or the law, and so on. So this kind of reluctance that typical to, I know it, I'm coming from Israel, Palestine, and I suffered as a litigator there in the Supreme Court from the same culture of the bad precedent, and that discourage you from challenging, I don't know, targeted killings and so on, policies that were that are typical to this region. There is nothing to be afraid of. I mean, really. I mean, this is really typical to lawyers, that lawyering is a very conservative discipline and profession, because it relies on the precedent, so everyone are looking back, but at some point the jurisprudence, the case law evolves somehow, right? And it evolves when I started to work on the ICC case in 2016, almost everyone thought I'm crazy. But at some point, when in 2019 we filed it, it's kind of like corresponded. This is why I think it attracted a lot of attention publicly, because it created a narrative that corresponded to what people felt and witnessed, and couldn't have the language, because again, litigation is not only holding those to account and justice. It's also about storytelling, about the narrative, and we have to adopt new paradigm of understanding that it's not Frontex, it's not Leggeri, it's many people behind and around, it's not human rights, and it's not refoulement, it's a really what we call joint criminal enterprise that is organized by this like supranational body that everyone likes to use. I mean, the member states are using as a front to implementing one thing, which is to stem migration at all costs. I think I'm talking too much. I will shortly maybe describe the cases. And another critic I have towards us, the civil society, not only the bad precedent, is this like kind of, I don't know how to name it, something like habitus. It's not an authoritarian regime that is perpetrating these crimes. It's a liberal democracy, maybe the most developed one in the world. The people that are targeted are not, Jews or Rohingya or Uyghur or Bosnians or Tutsi or whatever. They are targeting. They are dehumanized for the purpose of their targeting, because there is nothing in common in this like civilian population of migrants. What is common between the members of this group? Different nationalities, different culture, and I mean they are just on where they want to go is what defines them as a ground for their dehumanization, and ultimately you can do anything to once you dehumanize population. It's not about violations, it's not about breach of law. You can do whatever you want. It's legal, actually. The most heinous crimes, as we all know, were legal. That is, there were laws in place, there were regulations, there were judges, there were courts, but they were unlawful, right? So we have to address that first, and this is how we came to capture these two extremes of new forms of responsibility. One is the individual one, so we want to go, the aim is to go not against the institutions, the states, but the individuals. So not the states, but the state agents, not the EU, but the EU agents. So Leggeri and others are suspects in the case that we filed in, it was 2 years ago, more already, to the International Criminal Court. Surprisingly, this case, I need Amandine didn't give me a pen, so this is why my intervention is not structured. But the case in the ICC concerns the Central Mediterranean, okay? So maybe I need to give some background, which is the route typically from Libya to Italy and also Malta to some extent. And I don't know if you talk about it in the first panel about the policy is, we identified two policies. One is what we call killing by drowning, which is the process in which intentionally, and it relates to the first case of the FOIA case of Luisa, the termination of Operation Mare Nostrum and the launch of a joint Operation Triton, which what we show there is that the EU intentionally wanted to increase the death rate in order to deter others, to decrease the crossing rate of asylum seekers. And this, factually, it failed. The death rate rose 30 times more, I think, but the crossing rate was not reduced at all. And the second policy in this central Mediterranean route, which is the deadliest one worldwide, and so the first policy of killing by drowning, at the relevant period that we investigated, there was about 15,000 casualties, deaths. And the second policy was the contracting with the Libyan Coast Guard and the forcible transfer of around 80,000 civilians back to camps where they are victims of numerous crimes against humanity. And in this case, we identified the individuals that are part of the formation and implementation of these policies, including officials of Frontex and other. This is also why Frontex is not really the only story. There are many agencies, many bodies, and inside the EU, DG Home, DG EMSA, many that participate in this enterprise. And this case is now pending for 2 years in The Hague. It was not rejected. It's kind of confidential. I can't tell more, but I can say that we are working with the Office of the Prosecutor to make progress with the investigations, and I expect also this year something new from our side that will maybe accelerate this case. The second case is the case against Frontex that was filed to Luxembourg, to the Court of Justice of the EU, and it concerns the Eastern Mediterranean, the agency, the policy that I mentioned earlier, in which people are crossing from Turkey to Greece, and they are either intercepted in Greek territorial waters, or, which is less discussed, but I think it's important, many of them are making landfall in the islands. They reach Lesbos. The applicants in my case, in our case, against Frontex, in total they made 5 attempts. In 2 attempts they reached Lesbos, but then they checked into the reception center. Not them, but typically they to lodge their asylum claim, and instead of receiving them, a van comes with soldiers with unidentified uniform, and they are kidnapped. They are abducted to these vans. They are driving them back to shore. They are putting them again on boats, and then they abandon them on these unworthy rafts in the middle of the sea. So these 2 tactics are joint operation of the Hellenic Coast Guard and EU border agency Frontex. And in fact, Frontex is not less responsible, maybe even more, because they are the ones that are financing this operation. They are the ones that are drafting the operational plan. They are tasked with coordination. And typically also on the ground, there is a really clear division of labor, I know, where the process, like in the central Mediterranean, starts with Frontex. How so? It's Frontex that are doing the surveillance. It's Frontex that is doing the early detection of the migrant boat. And it's Frontex that making the interception, which is the detention of they are stopping the boat, and then they are calling the Greek to finish the job, like to take them and to abandon them at sea. I think we can just ask ourselves legally. I don't find it interesting because legally it's very clear-cut case, but really psychologically, or I don't know what makes an EU a Navy person, how he justifies or she to themselves. They take babies, pregnant women and men, and they know that they create a distress at sea and that they are The best friend of my applicant, of one of the two applicants in the Frontex case, in one of the attempts, he drowned in the Mediterranean. And the Lenny Coast Guard didn't even recover the body. And it's not rare. It's not the numbers we see in the central Mediterranean, where you have international water. It's much more dangerous. But, yeah, there are many deaths. And, yeah.
Can we give some more time to the other panelists as well? But it's an art to explain complex legal cases simply. It's not easy, and I can relate.
Yeah, I think we were going to bring in Bernd and maybe pick up on some of what you started off saying, Omer, at the beginning about the Frontex as a front and Legeri is maybe the face of what's going on, but it's part of an EU architecture, a European architecture that's been building for years and years and years now, and you've been studying it for many years. So maybe you can, explain how did we get to here with this the architecture of Frontex that exists, but also kind of the militarized policies that underpin it. Because if we abolish Frontex tomorrow, but we don't address the militarized policies that underpin the agency, we'll probably just rebuild something similar. So I suppose, maybe in the last number of years when you've been working on this, have there been efforts to resist within academia or otherwise that you maybe you discussed in your book or that you'd like to mention? Since we're trying to resist from our different areas.
Yeah, thanks. I think I want to pick up on somewhere that Omer said, because really it is a bit more complicated. So also, like if you look at academic research into Frontex, I mean, you would have the choice to kind of try to look inside the organization. Now, nobody will be surprised to understand that this is practically impossible. I mean, there's one case of a researcher who had access a bit more deeply, but they had to sign NDAs, so that non-disclosure agreements. So that kind of makes it impossible to talk about what has been seen, what has been heard, what has been observed. So this is not, I think, the approach that works. And I also think that it's important to understand the agency kind of within the process of let's call it broadly the European project, how it has progressed. Because also I think it gives the story that, I mean, there is a prevalent story that in 2002, after the Treaty of Amsterdam, the European Union decided to kind of have European migration and border policies. And of course, what does every state do? Every state creates a border police. So this is like a prevalent story. And I think it's completely wrong, because it completely underestimates that the process of the European Union and how the European Union kind of organizes governance is a bit different. And the actual outcome, I think, of the agency that we are looking at right now was exactly the problem, that no member state was interested in transferring like central sovereign powers to a European body. Because if you look at it, even today, it was touched upon in the first panel, we don't have a European army. Now we have a European border police. We're getting there. This is, I think, is an interesting case. But we don't even have a European police unit like Europol. When it was founded in the 90s, it was supposed to be something like the European FBI. This has not happened. Do we have a European prosecutor's office? Not really, in a very narrow sense, but you understand the European Union works differently, and I think you see it very strongly in this European Border Agency. And the fact is that I think the actual creation of the agency in 2004 represents a strong neoliberal governance shift in the European Union, because the argument of the Commission, when they are finally tasked to create the agency, is that they say, hey, we're not trying to take sovereignty from anybody here. Member states be member states. You'll be fully sovereign. We have a very slim, this is why I say neoliberal, we have a very slim governance model for the European Union. We are mobilizing expertise. We are finding the best technology. We are organizing support, technical support, and we're providing this to the member states. So this is something completely different. If you think about the Department of Homeland Security after 9/11, bam, top-down process. Now we will kind of bring everything together. The EU doesn't do this. It says we have a very slim governance model. And this is, I think, this also explains why the agency has so many contacts with the lobbyists, because this is exactly what the agency is tasked for, right? See what are the developments on the market, see what private companies, even if they are fed with a lot of money from EU research programs, come up with, and, bring the buyers and the sellers together. This is neoliberal governance like in the European Union. But the interesting thing is, I think, in the early 2000s, when Frontex is first created, all the member states are not really interested in this agency. They are saying, practically, we have been policing our borders for many, many centuries, let's say at least 200, well, whatever. We don't need the advice of a European Union agency. We don't need anybody telling us how to do borders better, how to do borders smarter. So if you look, for example, at the Spanish case, where you have a very strong involvement of the agency, Operation Hera in the Atlantic, what we hear again and again is that the Spanish Ministry of Interior says, Frontex, yeah, that's our bank. They gave us money, we took their money, that's it. Right? If you look at the Italian case in the 2000s, externalization, like the Spanish government managed to effect towards Senegal, doesn't work in the Mediterranean for various reasons. So immediately the Italian government says, hey, Frontex, you're useless. We don't need you. Go back. Right? And if you look at the Greek operations, there's not much happening from 2006. And this is what in 2010, 2011, when what we call the crisis of Schengen is starting, is an actual problem for the Commission, right? There are these documents from the Commission, and if you don't say it's just propaganda, if you take these Commission documents very serious and ask, okay, what problems are they seeing? They are describing exactly this problem, like, member states, we gave you money. Member states, we gave you technology. We gave you support. We gave you expertise. And what did you do? You did nothing. Okay, you took our money, but that's it. Right? And the Commission is really, really kind of angry about this fact that they had the best intent. They're like social workers. We gave you a youth center. We put a soccer table in there. We organized parties for you, but why are you still behaving the way you are not supposed to behave? So this is kind of the sentiment. And I think it's not a coincidence that this happens around 2010, 2011, when we understand that the pressures from migration are getting stronger. And Europe has a problem because, as even the Commissioner says, we're badly organized. We're not well set up for the coming migrations. This is like a sentiment of crisis. And but it coincides, and I think we need to talk about this too, it coincides with the second crisis in the European Union, the crisis of sovereign debt, Greece, Italy, right? This is the time when the mutual trust on which the European Union is built dissipates, and suddenly more authoritarian measures are thinkable in European governance, right? We sent the Troika to Greece to enforce compliance with the debt program. And this is exactly what we see replicated in the agency concerning the integrity of the Schengen borders. So for example, the term hotspot, it's coined in 2014 by a consulting company that is trying to answer the question for the Commission, how can we finally get to a European border police unit? And, UNICEF. And UNICEF says, well, we still have this problem that we can't draw sovereignty from the member states and give it to a European body. Member states really do not like this. But hey, we have a solution. We call it hotspot situation. We call it crisis, right? They call it hotspot situation. They say, if there's a hotspot situation, we can make the argument that more Europe is necessary at a specific point for a specific time. Not generally. We're not touching. This is not a big question about transferring competencies and sovereignties. But if there's a crisis, Europe needs to be able to act. And this is when suddenly you get a much more authoritarian model, I find, and this is what you find embodied in the 2016 regulation. This is when we get not the European agency for the management of operational coordination at the external borders of the member states of the European Union, which is the old title of of Frontex. Now we get the European Border and Coast Guard Agency. Wow, you know? And like it was said in the first panel, suddenly this is not an agency that does support. This is an agency that starts to direct, that starts to evaluate, that starts to check if member states are complying with the Schengen rules, the Schengen Border Codex, for example, like we heard before. And then I think we have the last step, which is the 2019 regulation. If you look into how it happened, it's the Commission is coming forward to the it's called the leaders meeting, so this is pretty much the European Council who have to decide about the MFF, the multi-annual financial framework, and they say, you know, there are three options we can offer you, right? One option is we continue like now. Okay, this is the option nobody wants, but you have to put it on the table, right? There's a third option. We take every border guard in the European Union, we put them into a European border police. This will cost us something like 180 billion euros for the next 7 years. So, you know, and we make the European border police you didn't want 20 years ago. So, of course, the leaders say, oh, no way, we're not doing that. And in the middle, of course, you have the second option. You know, it's a bit like La Vita è Bella, when the fascist inspector comes and he gets exactly what he wants, but he thinks he has a choice. They say, you know, let's create a standing core and let's put in some more competences for this agency so that it can act without asking the member states. And then suddenly the leaders, the European Council kind of doubles down and says, wow, this is great. We're buying this model, but sorry, a standing core of 3,500, that's not so cool. Let's take 10,000. And they kind of do this. So you see, this agency is morphing because I think there has never been a proper discussion in the European Union about what kind of migration policy do we want? What is the relation of this continent to migration? There was this neoliberal thinking that, hey, we can just solve it with expertise. We're just making a technical question. But hey, we can talk about glyphosate. You know, if it's carcinogenic, yes, that's a technical question. We can discuss if vaccines, you know, have been thoroughly enough tested or not. That's a scientific question. But sorry, migration to Europe, you know, what is coming is like if people are in need of protection or not. That's not a technical question. That's a political question. But the European Union has tried to punt it as a question of border management. And this is why we're in the mess we are right now. Because now we're falling back to what the nation states have always known. This is sovereign borders. This is violent borders. This is pushbacks. We're back. And this whole program, 20 years of we're doing the smart borders of the 21st century, it has basically disappeared. And this has, so I will turn it around. I would say really this has the resurgence of these sovereign and violent modes of governing the borders of Europe has certainly infected the agency because now it's willingly either participating or covering for these practices that are happening. And I'm not saying that the agency has not been close to this, because the agency, of course, comes out of the national border guard institutions. But this is my view on why this agency is so uncontrollable by now and why it's going into such a horrible direction as we are witnessing day by day at the borders of Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. I saw you nodding a lot, Amandine. I mean, picking up on this trajectory that Bernd laid out and a few hypotheses about Frontex's development over time. Is this something that is reflected in EU Parliament or generally in the halls of Brussels, let's say?
What Bernd described, no, yeah, I mean, yeah, it made me relive the different years because I think this Unisys study, I got interviewed by the consultants, and for me, I was talking to Matthias yesterday about it, and I was like, when they were putting the different scenarios and all of this, and back then it seemed, you know, impossible, the last scenario, and then it actually became reality. I could see that becoming true with the two Frontex reforms that came because of 2015, what Bernd described as well. and because also indeed this authoritarianism, because it's not only the debt, I mean the austerity measures being imposed on Greece. I mean during 2015, 2016, the Commission was writing recommendation, was trying to have the Greek Parliament write in the Greek law that Turkey was a safe third country, which the new Greek government did, but the other one didn't do. And so they were trying to impose so many things on Greece at that moment. And one of this, so they really used this to make member states accept the added value of what this new EU agency could become, with the power to intervene without the consent of a member state. Because it was clearly Greece, supposedly the Syriza government having opened the doors to everybody, not doing anything. They had no Eurodac machines because Greece was a country in crisis. They had no administration, no possibility to recruit because of austerity measures. So, I mean, EASO had to buy from their own budget Eurodac machines to send to the islands because they were taking on paper inks, and they still haven't put it in a Eurodac system. But it's impossible. 10,000 people per year, I mean, per day in Lesbos. What do you do? I mean, that's what we asked them now with their pact, which is a nightmare. What if the pact would be applied with the numbers from 2015? They don't want to reply to this question because they know it would be even worse. What they propose, because, I mean, unless you transform all the islands into detention islands, it's impossible. But no, it's really, I relieved, and I think this study was quite a key moment, and that's what I mentioned this morning when I asked a question. Who are the agencies? What Omer said as well was Luisa. I mean, it's one of the elements of this EU border regime, and it's and who are the power players? And the Commission, I do believe they really want further EU integration, and they want this EU border police, and they had the resistance of these member states who didn't want it, and they are complaining every day what Bernd described. Member states are not inputting return decisions. I mean, because that's why in the last Frontex reform, they wanted automatic, and they got it, automatic transfer of data. So we have the obligation of member states to create national return management systems, and then this data, so they would put not personal data, because we have to be careful with personal data, but basically all the nationalities of the people that have final return decisions being issued. Then it goes directly to Frontex, and Frontex proactively can tell the different member states, we have lots of people from Pakistan in different countries, we are offering you a charter. We'll organize a charter, and I see you have 10 in this country, 20 in this country, because member states were not requesting Frontex support to return. Some member states do, but the majority of member states just handle the returns by themselves. And the Commission, and the same for the Eurosur system and all of this. So that wasn't working. Member states just don't input the data. They don't transfer, indeed. And the Italians also the Italian Coast Guard told us in Lampedusa in 2014, so this was a long time ago, that Frontex was their bank. So, because they were providing back then rescue vessels. So they were just writing to Frontex. Frontex was giving rescue vessels. We are like, this doesn't exist anymore. But I'm sure the Coast Guards don't ask Frontex rescue vessels, but in Italy, because they don't rescue. So indeed, they were also saying this. And then when we saw after what happened with when Frontex, after the end of Mare Nostrum and all, when they redirected their operation far away from distress cases, what they were doing for the Italians was mostly they were showing us in Rome, in their situation center, drugs. I mean, they were just all the videos they were showing us is not intercepting people in this zone. It would be rescuing people. No. It was all videos about all the drugs they managed to catch with the Guardia di Finanza. And it was all, so I think for the Italian, indeed, it was perfect because they had all these Frontex vessels, all these resources to actually after all the drug smuggling. So it was, the bank, as you say.
Maybe just one more quick question, Amandine, and then we'll move to the audience because I'm conscious that we have to be out of here by 5:00. Could you speak to us a little bit about the scrutiny, the report that came out from the scrutiny working group, and yeah, I think we heard a comment in the first panel that it exonerated a lot of what Frontex was doing. So maybe you can, speak a little bit to that, and then we'll take questions from the audience. Thank you.
Okay, that's I would need still some time to save it. Okay,
don't have time.
No, it's a long story. I mean, so that's what I tried to explain before, is that the story is still ongoing, because we will have, first of all, a resolution we just decided in the European Parliament. I don't think it will go further than what we managed to have in the working document. But the working group is a permanent structure. So for the getting information, getting Frontex to come to reply, I mean, what I say in terms of exposure and investigation, we can get a lot. Then we have the limitation of what the political majorities are. And even the process. I would like to talk about the process, because the documents, I mean, I will come, and I think a lot of people who know a lot about Frontex in this room, I mean, are very critical. We are also very critical about the document. But the process from day one of this process, first of all, we couldn't get the inquiry committee because no political majority for this. Then it becomes a Libe, a structure within the committee that has 4 months to investigate. Then from day one, first meeting with Legeri and Johansson, the meeting wasn't, we get a link, the link is not public. So we start, you have the first battle to say that the mandate was to make meetings public. But it went like this for everything during 4 months. So I have to explain this. So same, we held like 8 meetings, I think. We get requested, all the political groups get requested, who do you want to hear? So every political group come with their list of experts and NGOs, and then, I mean, basically the list is negotiated between the EPP and the rapporteur, Tineke Strik, and then we have no word to say, which, I mean, we did say, and we complained all the time, we denounced it publicly in a public meeting, that the right wing, including the liberals, were obstructing the right to be heard and of key people. That was, Front-Lex. That was, we were pushing. I mean, we had at the end to fight like for 3, and Sea-Watch and border violence monitoring, and then also a victim. That was the 4 we were fighting to have at least, and a victim of a pushback. We didn't get any of this. We lost the battle. We were told there was sufficient balance of speakers. And then on the list, there were also names that actually weren't heard. And that's important to know, because the EPP put like 4 Frontex crews to be heard, which in principle you would think, oh, cool, we're going to hear, people and we can challenge them. But actually the only one we heard was a Maltese officer who was retired since 2015 and who could share information about rescue at sea, how difficult it is, but Sea-Watch would tell you the same when you're handling a distress case. And that was surreal. That was a surreal meeting. But it is in the annex of the working document that at least we managed to have in the annex that he was retired since 2015 to just disqualify it. And then luckily the Spanish didn't want to come because they say we have nothing to contribute. At least they were, no, but I mean, it's true, they had nothing. And, but the German and the Danish crew and the Swedish, but at the end it was, at the end they were only looking to get the Danish crew, but involved in the incidents that were revealed. And the Danish crew, it's a 2nd of March incident, right? I'm looking at Omer. Yeah, the 2nd of March. They refused to come. So they refused to come. So we couldn't hear actually key testimonies. There was the only thing we could do, and that we managed to have, and Front-Lex came, but because we held a battle at another level, which was outside of this working group, at what we call coordinators level within the committee, where we got a majority of political groups to have Front-Lex coming. And then we had to fight for 2 months to get Omer and Iftak on the agenda of the committee because the Secretariat of the House was burying our request. So, and we managed mid-July to have this. But that's life in the parliament, you know. I mean, that's, and the thing is with the victims, we had to organize, we hosted an alternative meeting inviting all the members of the Frontex scrutiny working group to hear not Omer and Iftak because we had managed to get them officially on the agenda of the parliamentary committee, but to have Sea-Watch coming, Border Violence Monitoring Network, and a victim of a pushback. But the only MEPs that came were the ones from the Greens and Bettina Follat from SND, so one of the two SND and ours. But this couldn't be reflected in the report because it wasn't part of the official hearings. But it was all the time like this. And then we reached, that's why we couldn't hear, and I think beyond the document, I would invite to listen to when the document was presented in the committee, because I think that reflects much more the visions and the understandings that members have of what happened, because there you can see also the political differences. Because basically it's what, before in the former panel, the Greek government has been using this report to say, you know, there is nothing happening, the EPP group as well. At this presentation in the parliamentary committee of the report, the EPP group, first speaker, because they are the biggest, again, they say, you know, it shows no direct involvement, but actually the wording negotiated till the end by the Greens, we had given up at that stage, was direct performance. So it's not involvement. And so it means that we had no evidence of a Frontex officer directly taking somebody and throwing him or her in the water. I know you, but I'm just explaining.
Matthias said we should interact between us. I'm trying to but that's his body language. But we had an agreement among the Social Democrats, us and the Greens, that Frontex was involved, because it's what you described. It's a crime when Frontex is just intercepting and then giving the people to the others who are carrying out the pushbacks. We had this discussion, and there was an agreement amongst 3 political groups, but that couldn't be written because that doesn't make a political majority in the House. That was said also during the meeting when the working group document was presented. And also the fact that they say, but you didn't find, we couldn't investigate, we were prohibited to investigate on the cases of the Spiegel incidents. We didn't hear the crews. We didn't, we got tons of documents that we got, but they are confidential. So I cannot talk about these documents. And there are, critical information in these documents. But you can still see quite a lot of information in the document that comes from this document, like the fact that Legeri asked to delete, I can say it because it's in the working document that is not confidential, asked to delete information about the 1899 April incident to the FRO after also having changed the categorization of the incidents. So that is quite from category 4 to category 2. And in the Frontex scrutiny working group, what we had requested was to see this video. So all the members saw the 18-19 of April incident, the live, how do you call it? Yeah, I know, but the live murder, or you had the word for this. Live abandoned murder. We could see it. So, and it's not one boat of the Hellenic Coast Guards that was on site. You had 3 boats. So that's organized. You had the speedboat, and you had 2 other boats. And you see the people being on board of the Hellenic Coast Guard, and then because they put them on board, then they put them back on the Zodiac, and you have the speedboat from the Hellenic Coast Guard dragging them back in Turkish waters. They could all see it. So that's why we could at least manage to have the fact that Frontex is fully aware and did not act on violations, because everybody who has seen this video, cannot deny this.
I think we just get Omer, you wanted to respond quickly, and I think Luisa also wants to respond, so maybe if you want to...
Can I ask them?
Yeah, of course, go.
My question is, given that I think yesterday even, or the day before, Shinas, what's his title? Shinas? Vice President of the European Commission. he was saying, and in an interview, he was saying, we had the parliament looking at it, and they found, as you said, and they didn't find anything, Not to mention Leggeri that is saying, they don't find anything, and the scrutiny group of Frontex itself, the internal one, this is a legal issue. Your mandate was fact-finding. Fact-finding was not the result of this mission of this scrutiny group. So my question to you is, as the left, because we understand all the political tensions and compromises that you had to, we are aware. But the question is, wouldn't it be better not to have it to begin with, like all of this disappear, because it creates damage? And even as MEPs of the left, I wouldn't sign this document. I would say I'm withdrawing but then you failed the entire document, and you didn't. So my question is, do you regret? Because it's this scrutiny group. No, really, it's a serious question. It's not like.
But didn't you say that losing is good sometimes?
Luisa, do you?
But can we have?
No, sometimes, not in this time, sometimes because
not all battles.
Yeah.
Can we have Amandine?
Maybe
response?
Luisa, do you want to come in, and then we'll go back to Amandine with because it is an important question.
I had the exact same question, the exact same one, why did the left and the Greens, who have always also been critical of this process, just not? Because it became quite clear at some point that this report was leading nowhere and it would not be able to fulfill its initial mission. And this instrumentalization of the narrative that the report put out there, that was clear from the very beginning, that Frontex would use this to shield and to legitimize itself and the Greeks and the Commission and so on. So why didn't you walk out of the process, knowing that this was a risk and knowing that the situation is harmful enough now that we actually, legitimizing what is happening now creates such a dangerous paradigm? Because, from now on, it's only escalation, of course. Because why would they stop here? There's no way in hell they would stop here.
What he said about Frontex being, if I got you right, I think I disagree about the way the agency evolved. Because I think it serves this purpose of, the Greeks saying, we are only implementing Frontex policy. It's Frontex with us over there. We are implementing EU policy. And if you go to Frontex, they say, no, it's only the Greek. We are not involved. There is no evidence of Frontex involved. Look, the parliament said so. Internally, we said so. And, so I think this, it serves them very well, this, interplay between, Frontex and also about transparency. So factually, nothing is transparent. This is Luisa's department. Legally, it's super complicated because the jurisdiction is of who? Of the Greece, is the host member state. Germany is the participating member state with the German, or Frontex. We try now in Luxembourg to see everything. And then and then you end up with a video that you see Frontex agents. This is not being aware and not reacting. This is actually, you see the vessel, you see the agents, you see everything. And then it's a video. No one doubts the authenticity. But then Leggeri, anything goes, no? He comes to the parliament, he says, didn't happen. And you say, ce n'est pas les pipes, how is this, it's not a pipe, it's...
Amandine, can you respond to the questions, and then we should really probably check.
First of all, our group didn't approve our MEPs this report. This is a report adopted by consensus, but we didn't approve it. And
how consensus?
Because we didn't send an email approving because every political group, it's a very weird procedure. It's outside of
any. There was no consensus.
They had a majority. It is a specific procedure that normally exists doesn't exist in the European Parliament. So it's not voted. So when we will have a resolution, then you can see the political positioning on every political group. In this case, political groups were invited to send an email to approve the document. We didn't. And so that's important to just say. And the other thing is that whether we regret, I mean, I think it's one of the things that I was reflecting upon when I reflected to prepare this intervention. It's the question in Parliament when you're the smallest political group, what if you hadn't been there? And they wouldn't have seen the 18-19 April video. I mean, and for me, that was very important that all political groups saw this video because they saw a live pushback. And then for the Liberals, they read all. No, you cannot see. No. And this was explained by Frontex officer where they showed step by step of this video, and they explained really what it was. The other thing is, and I think for some political groups, I think each political group has a different thing they have in it. And it's true, we are the ones who, I mean, because of our critical view, I mean, who didn't, when we look at the results, I mean, we're not happy at all about it. But it's about exposing why you're not happy about it, what has been the process, and what the conclusion is just a fact, reflects the political majorities of the House, because 3 political groups were saying that Frontex was involved in human rights violations. But that doesn't reach. It's when we vote to Parliament, when we approve trade agreements, it's the same. So we are, I mean, that's the reality. The problem is you cannot see it because you don't have a vote, you don't have amendment. We'll have this when we have the resolution. Then it is also the control of the narrative. I think Frontex got the previous version of the report, which wasn't the final one, that they tweeted on their thing. There is not much different for us. But from some others, it made the difference, the direct performance versus the involvement. But they looked ridiculous of having tweeted the former version, at least. And but then the report was leaked by the rapporteurs the night before. And still the narrative, except Frontex tweets, and EPP group lost it the day the report was presented because the report had been leaked the day before. And the main newspapers had a story, which wasn't Frontex didn't have any issue. The story was Spiegel reported about this email that Leggeri had asked. The story of Spiegel was more on Leggeri's responsibility, the email that was deleted. Most of the newspapers that were released in the morning, at least, were just reporting the story, not the exoneration of responsibility. Yeah, I mean, maybe
there
after...
were, also the ambiguity of the report left, you had headlines saying Frontex completely exonerated and then Frontex bashed by the Parliament. And you had everything in between, but 50-50.
Because that reflected the battle around this report. You have a battle of the narrative. But I would say, I mean, just to explain, so that's why I'm saying that you have things that enable the people who believe that there is this involvement and who want to expose it. They have some stuff still there. But I don't think, because the key question is what if you hadn't been there? I mean, that's for me the key questions, because a lot of things wouldn't have happened that are in this. And in any case, that's what you told before. The worst is already happening. So that's why you also go to the ECJ. The worst is happening. The narrative the Greek government and Frontex has been building is we are not doing anything. So the worst is already there. So the question is, how much can you expose and how much you can continue exposing? And
on that lovely note, the worst is already happening, even though I think it can be even worse, sadly. Let's engage the audience with a couple of questions in the spirit of critical solidarity, because I think it's great if you challenge each other in a spirit of critical solidarity. At the end of the day, I think we're still on the same page of the barricade. But yes.
Hi. So if I'm the biggest optimist in the room, I think everything went to shit. But I wanted to actually say that this 4-month mandate of the Frontex scrutiny group actually brought also some positive outcomes that we are maybe neglecting to mention, at least by forcing Frontex to implement some things that they were supposed to years ago. So in that sense, I wanted to ask Amandine, what do you see as wins, not only as losses from this process? And also in line with the new developments, how do you see the role and what do you expect from the new FRO?
We'll take one more question before we go back to Amandine. Is there any? I see a hand here, I think. Yeah.
Hi. Well, first of all, thank you very much. It was a lot of input. So I'm trying still to kind of find the questions, but there are questions. So just very simple, going back to the question that the whole panel and discussion is like based on. So if we, as I understand, the majority or like everyone in the room is aiming at the abolishment, so what is the scenario? Going back, is there a new agency going to put into place with all the human rights standards, etc.? Like, how likely is that? And if not, if we would go back to the sovereignty of every member state, how would the border control look like? We were mentioning in the first panel of this individual contracts between non-EU member state and Frontex, and like collaboration between non-EU member states and EU member states. Like, what would Germany do? Would Germany send support to Greece and it would look exactly the same, just not under the Frontex label? Or like in general, like what is your scenario, positive or like best or worse, for an abolishment, like immediately? And in that sentence also, like, what is your response? Reform, control, or abolish? Like, where do you see potentials? Like, of course, we all think in utopia, but what's the possibility? And I think it was really nice to see the different aspects of academia, activism and legal activism, and also from the political side of like, what are the policies that are actually doable? What is the majority, and what do we have to face, and what is the possibility to have the small margin in all these like limited systems? So where do you see, like, what's your scope a bit in the future, not in the what is now? Thank you.
Amandine, do you want to take the first question, and then whoever wants to take the second one? And just, I'm very conscious of the time, that we've about 15 minutes max, because we have to be out by 5 o'clock. So keep the.
Just to say about the positive thing. I think for our side, because of our vision of abolishing Frontex, I mean, the positive things, I mean, we didn't get anything. The maximum thing we will be getting in this year's budget but already, I think it's of course a Spiegel investigation, I mean, and the Olaf ongoing investigation, because the results are still not there. But it's putting into question this agency, beyond the left. I mean, because that before, it was untouchable, it was just activists and all of this. I mean, before the Abolish Frontex, you had the Frontexit campaign. I mean, that's not all the other political groups were not questioning the agency. The Spiegel investigation, I mean, made the Commission question the agency. They called this extraordinary meeting of the management board. Then a lot of people woke up and say, oh, it's the EU at stake. It's our credibility as EU. So first of all, I think that's the most important, I think, but that's not because of, it's because of the Spiegel, I think, investigation that led to all this questioning. And I think, and then, you have the Frontex files. You have all of this that keep piling up because, more things. Frontex agency has many whistleblowers with the agency as well. And we also have a problem because the parliament is saying we have no procedure to actually protect whistleblowers. So that's something that is ongoing from our side, to actually push the parliament to put into place a procedure, because we have a whistleblower that was ready to speak, and it's in the annex. And but we were prevented. Apparently, we have no protection to provide. But there is a solution, and we are working on it. But you have all these issues. But for me, it's a questioning of the agency that led that is important. And so the fact that Legere had to defend itself and all of this. Then and suddenly an agency in 6 months adopts all the things that the consultative forum of the agency has asked for years, that has been ignored. And of course, then the EPP group and Legeri come to the committee and they say, we adopted this, so there is no more issue. Transparency register, suddenly, because of the work you did. Then, the serious incidents report, they revise this. The complaint procedure, suddenly now they have an action plan for fundamental rights. All the things that were meant to be adopted for years, some before the last regulation, and suddenly are popping up in 6 months. So I think for the people who want the control of the agency, that's a good achievement. We don't belong to these people, but I think for a lot of people, political groups and the Commission, who want, of course, the regulation to be implemented, that's a great achievement. And and still it gives control. The other thing I wanted, because they were another. Then I will take an example, and that relates to the other question about the new FRO, the fundamental rights officer that was recruited as well. There are some things he said regarding suspension of operation. We fully disagree, but let's see in practice. So we haven't seen one of the document I can talk about because it has no.
I think just because of our time, we really have to leave at 5 o'clock. So maybe.
But just one sentence. We got 2 days ago, overview of serious incidents reports from the past May to August 2021. Half of these incidents come from NGOs. Before, they weren't. So I think that's at least a positive sign. They're all pending cases. The other issues is, and that will be indeed the next step we have to see with the new FRO, that half of these incidents are reported by Frontex officers at the border of Lithuania with Belarus. There are pushbacks. So the question is, will the new FRO trigger Article 46 or not? Because he was against it. And that's what we will see. But at least they are reported, and Frontex officers are reporting pushbacks now.
Looking forward with the second question, looking forward, margins of possibilities. Does anyone want to address that question?
I can try to be as brief as humanly possible. I'm obviously team abolish, that's our position, and we're, as FragDenStaat, an active part of the Abolish Frontex campaign. And I think there's just a couple of things that I think are important to state when we talk about abolition of Frontex. And the first one is that the campaign is built acknowledging and on the basis of the fact that Frontex is merely the tip of the iceberg, and what we're talking is about a whole EU border regime that's based on decades and decades of colonialism, racism. So it's a very complex structure, but Frontex is the tip of the iceberg, and this can be a strategic aspect of it if we work towards border abolition and and open borders. The second is that if we try to look at it in practice, I think an important aspect of the campaign and the framework that we're working under is that abolition is not only about the abolition of Frontex, so about destructing and dissolving certain structures, but also about building alternatives as we go. If you look at the demands of the campaign, for instance, we're not only talking about stopping deportations or abolishing Frontex as an institution, but also about creating safe and legal routes for migration as an alternative that brings safety, about regularization of migrants as an alternative that creates safety and builds an actual society that we want to live with instead of a violent society that promotes death. And I think the important part also to understand abolition is that we understand it as a process, not as an end goal. So abolition is how we build an alternative with this duality of dissolving and constructing. And the end goal of society, that is, when we build the alternatives, we get to do that together and we get to imagine it together. But it's just, it's a process, basically.
Are there any burning last questions very quickly? I see a hand, I think, at the back, and we'll try to be as quick as possible. Sorry for putting you to, making you run again.
I just want to Thank you, and thank Omer for telling very inspiring thing about how to fight in the difficult situation that we have in a mixed up. And I wanted to ask also about the special reporter on torture, whether it was ever involved. I think it's very difficult when the people are already sunk in the sea, but how about the border situations like we have pushbacks in Belarus? Wouldn't it be a good idea to really ask for the visit to see what's happening there? And if there would be a visit, would it be any change? Because my a little bit worry is that with the multitude of bodies protecting each other, a little bit too complex situation with human rights right now that we have in Europe, I think there will not be any change in the border of Belarus and Poland until still a lot of people die. Do we have anything? And I have one thing, it's maybe one thing we try to do from Poland. It's a little petition to sign. It's actually against deportations from Europe to Poland right now, Dublin deportations, which maybe is one little thing that in the context of what is going on at least can be achieved. So I will put it up there in case you don't have any problem with that, in case people want to see.
Okay. Would anyone like to respond to this? And then we'll ask you for last comments and bring the discussion to an end.
Do you want me to respond? Yeah, sure. Okay. The only thing I can say about the Lithuanian, Belarusian, Poland is that in the context of Frontex is that it's not by incident that every jurisdiction where Frontex is operating, we see the same practices. That is, by the way, not only we tend to speak out about externalization, like Libyan Coast Guard, Morocco, Spain, and so forth, but there is also a process of internalization of the practices that are very unlawful, like you see what the Libyans are doing, and then you find the same practices in the Aegean Sea by EU agents, or in Lithuania, or in Belarus. But to skip to the end to your question, again, for me, I couldn't care less if it's called Frontex, or it's a horse, or it's a cow, or what the day after, no, what will be, or I mean, there is, for me, this is why also there is no migration crisis and no human rights. It's a question of rule of law. There is the law. If it's the member state tomorrow that will be the border guard and do it, it would be just as much bad as it, In Italian, I think we say not to change, in order to not to change anything, you have to change a little bit every time, which is what we see with these small steps that Amandine was mentioning, that fundamental rights officer is the best example, because he is also a suspect in the ICC, and he's the fundamental rights officer or the lawyer of the agency, and he's saying on camera to the public that the law says you have to have 40 monitors by last December. But I prefer a stagnated approach, and I prefer to have only 20 now, and only in 2 years, maybe 10 more. And he's saying it. So the fundamental rights officer of the law enforcement agency of the EU is saying, on the way here, I was like, should I buy the ticket to the metro? Maybe I prefer a stagnated approach, and I will buy just in 2 years when I take this metro to here. I mean, this is the lawyer of Frontex. And the same goes for Article 46. He says, the law says we have to suspend the operation in Greece because there are risk of serious breaches of fundamental rights. But I prefer to use the law as leverage. This is the lawmaker, the policy makers, and the fundamental rights officers, you see. So again, call it Frontex, call it a member state, but if the law is not enforced, and this is why also all these cases are challenging not only Frontex and the EU, but the courts. The courts, it's cases against the courts, the ICC, which is funded by the EU mainly, and the court in Luxembourg, which never conduct judicial oversight over the conduct of the EU bodies, including Frontex. Why? How come? I mean...
Shall we start with last comments from you, Bernd?
Okay, I will say this. I'm very sympathetic to the team Abolish, but I'm not on the team abolish, because I would have preferred we would have a team defund Frontex. And I have two reasons for this. So there's a new global wave of anti-racism, and I think it would have been correct if we had picked up on it here in the European Union and echo the call from our sisters and brothers in the US, defund the police, and we answer, because I think it is the correct parallel in Europe, defund Frontex. Because in Europe it's about migration. Migration is connected with racism in the way that racism plays a different role in the US. So I would have liked that. Nevertheless, the second thing is why I think this is a point which I find, which is not like about the movement, but this is about the European Union we might dream of, ideally. That is, I like the idea of defund because we say there is specific funding in Frontex which should better be used in different ways. You know, like you say, take away the money from the police and give it to social workers. Yes, I want the EU to fund a civilian search and rescue mechanism yes, I don't want this to be with a paramilitary agency being on the seas. No, we can organize this differently. This can be done. So take away the money and put it there. I find it important not just to abolish the agency in the form it exists now, yes, definitely, but I think what is really important that we make an example that we need European institutions which are democratically accountable. This definitely does not apply to this agency. This is crazy. This is a law enforcement agency which is uncontrollable. Like, we don't have this in any member state of the European Union, right? You have a Minister of Interior who at least can reach into the police bodies and try to fix things that are happening. I know it doesn't work ideally, but we have all seen it with the NSU and NSU 2.0 and whatever, but it's better control than what exists on the European level. And then there's a last point, and then I'm done. Sorry. What I think is really important, and Ahmadine hinted at it, I think it would be important to force the agency to see the world differently, to kind of start generating these kind of serious incident reports, which is knowledge they have kind of ignoring before. And I think there could be a little hack that we force them, because they have this they claim to have this very sophisticated data gathering mechanism, which is called the Risk Analysis Unit, and it's connected to Eurosur, the European Border Surveillance System. We force them to understand as risk also human rights violations, and they have to record it. And then there are some data analysts who really do not care about human rights or migration at all, but they have the job to record all of this stuff. And it goes into the statistics, and it changes. And it becomes the basis for the Commission to finally start infringement proceedings against all these nation states, member states, which are committing human rights violations. Because this is the answer I give to you. With Frontex gone, in the end, this is the solution that Brexit has been proposing, to go back. This is not a solution. Dealing with the Greek Coast Guard, I think, is worse than dealing with Frontex.
Okay, well, Luisa, will you continue? Last comments?
I didn't want to say some last words, but I feel directly interpellated by your comment, because I have excellent news, because I like what you proposed, like that exact same thing actually already exists. So the defunding Frontex is part of the abolishing Frontex campaign as one of the intermediate steps towards abolition. And actually, during the summer with sea rescue organizations and the wonderful people at Sea-Watch in particular, within the Abolish Frontex campaign, we developed a concrete proposal to defund Frontex to fund to divest basically those resources into a European search and rescue program. And we actually even made a calculation of how much of a program could Frontex actually buy us if we just took these monetary resources from their operational branch and translated into a system that actually saves and preserves life. So that is actually like team defund in a way is part of team abolition. And just to say that actually also what you mentioned about learning from the struggles in the US and the defund the police, like the idea of abolish Frontex and the way the campaign is structured actually is a direct lesson from that. And we did a lot of back and forth with how this movement was structured and how the campaign, the demands were put forward, and the actual structure of the demands mirrors this initiative that was put forward that's called Aid to Abolition, when it comes to abolishing the police in the US, and again creating, dismantling structures and the building of the structures, and actually the demands of the Abolish Frontex campaign mirror that structure and that logic. So there, as a piece of great news, there is a lot of learning happening in that sense and collaborating between two movements, so that, yeah, it's also an international struggle.
Okay. Omer, do you want to give us some final comments? And then we go to Amandine.
I think Amandine wanted also.
Or who?
Yeah, I think I would prefer. I mean, just to comment on what you said. The question is not. I mean, the question is, in the absence of Frontex, abolished Frontex. Tomorrow we all in this like fantasy and so on. And would the Greek, the Hellenic Coast Guard could do what they are doing? The answer is, I can assure you, 100%, it could have never happened. Okay. Because Greece would never done it without the Frontex in the picture. Just as the Libyan, look, the Greek are doing it. The Greek are doing it. The Greek are the Libyans, okay? Just as the Libyans could not. No, they are the EU Libyans in the sense that they are the executors of an EU policy, and just as the Libyans would not have existed, the EU created, invented, reconstructed it. So Greece is operating as an executor of an EU policy. And they say it, listen to them, they say it. And I think what we need as a strategy as civil society is less to say reform, control, abolish, but really to work on ourselves about, for lawyers, what I said about bad person and so on, like all this reluctance but for more broadly, this like habitus of, like there were, for example, legal action, potential legal actions on rescue of, detention of rescue vessels of NGOs. And then you hear like NGOs saying, yeah, but the Minister of Interior, of course, is the devil, CEO of her in the no, but we are in a good relationship with the Minister of Exterior, and we don't like. Just not being so collaborative. To abolish, you need to be a dissident. And to be a dissident, you need to challenge everything, because we are powerless. We are losing. I don't know if we paid attention to that. We are losing. So we can use all the leverage we have as powerless. To use the power of the powerless, it means that we have to use all the tools and not to collaborate with this kind of like discourse of human rights violation, but the minister to try and to wait and so on.
Yeah, I mean, now that I have the chance to react to you, I fully disagree on the Greek or the Libyans. I think, of course, it's the EU, but member states also, it's the same political agenda of nearly all member states at the moment, and of the pushback policy of blocking people from coming to the EU at all costs, whether it's having them drowning in the Mediterranean or pushing them back at every border, because now it's at every border. And so they're not the Greeks. It's their own policy agenda. It's their own agency, and it's the agenda of this Greek government that really made it worse. And so it is. And if Frontex is abolished, of course, this will continue in the current context we are in, because that is the policy agenda of, I think, all member states at the moment. I don't see a dissident one, maybe Luxembourg. They're not doing pushbacks, but really, it is all the member states that have borders, even internal borders, are doing pushbacks at the moment, nearly all of them. So that's, on this, indeed, Frontex is one. They're just part of this policy system, and they are all covering up, and so there is impunity around of all this system, and the Commission is part of this system, and at different levels, some more involved than others. I would say Skinas is far more involved in this. And they play part of the system, and they do cover up, and they create fake border monitoring mechanism in Croatia to cover up the fact that they keep increasing funding for border surveillance to the Croatian border police that is beating up people. But I think, so that's why I disagree, because they're not like the Libyans. The Libyans, it's another story for this.
Well, that was a fun discussion at the end. I really enjoyed this. I apologize for the worst timekeeping panel ever, which falls usually on the moderation, so I apologize profoundly to the venue and the audience. But thank you so much for being here. Huge applause for our panelists. Thanks a lot. Thanks for sharing. And I hope you're inspired to ask Frontex for documents and fight them in court and wherever with the power of the powerless, as Omer said, and have a good trip home.
I wish we could have gone on for 2 more hours. I wasn't going to say anything.